Chapter 8:15. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. How can that be? Ka continued to explain. The battle space is around the chess pieces. How can you run around? However, the heaven and earth chessboard is unpredictable, and the space it provides can satisfy the needs of swordsmen like you, so you don't have to worry. As for the difference between attacking and defending pieces, it's only in the first move. This is the same as Chinese chess. As for how the chess pieces move, it's up to the king to decide. If it's up to you, won't you just go around your opponent? Victory or defeat, of course, depends on whether the king is the king or not. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a chess game, but an arena. How can you judge the king's overall plan? Lastly, I have to talk about you, the pawn. In all chess games, except for Go, the pawn's characteristics have never changed. It can only move forward, not backward, until it sinks to the bottom. This is the essence of all chess games in the world. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I've heard that there's a type of forward that moves backwards, and a type of retreat that moves forwards. Ka glared at him. The prerequisite is that you have to get rid of the status of a pawn. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly had an idea. Can I surrender and betray the king? Ka ignored him. You can try. Time passed slowly as they waited. This was the difference between the Jindan and the perfected cultivators. One had to wait for the order, while the other had to be arranged first. However, in the process of waiting, the members were not allowed to change. In other words, if the myriad Buddha sect transferred people from other places, it would not be recognized. In the Xiaoyaro school, there were 5 people who were silently preparing. A majestic and fearless aura rippled among them, except for Lu Xiaoyi. He continued to cultivate when he should, drink when he should, eat when he should, eat when he should, and continue to eat when he should. It was as if the 6th round had nothing to do with him, which made everyone shake their heads. Fan Tong sighed and told Ka, junior sister, these foreign cultivators are not as reliable as our sect. They haven't completely treated the Xiaoyaro sect as their sect, so they're not essential. They're just treating this as an ordinary battle, and might not be willing to give their all. Junior sister, you have to think more about this in your chess arrangements. You can't give too much responsibility. Ka nodded bitterly. Got it. Too bad it's not Chinese chess. Otherwise, he would be the best cannon fodder. The 6 boards of chess is determined by the heavens. I hope everything goes smoothly. On the morning of the 3rd day, while Lu Xiaoyi was eating buns, he saw the clouds in the sky suddenly ripple. There was a strange light inside, as if there was a voice calling out to him. He knew that the match was about to begin. Life and death were small matters, but the steamed buns were big matters. Lu Xiaoyi continued to destroy the remaining food. It was a good habit to not waste food. After finishing his meal, he walked to a secluded area before rising into the sky. Passing through the clouds, he approached the mystical light. Then, he felt as if he had arrived in another dimension. Amidst the clouds, the morning sun shone brightly. Above the sea of clouds, a gigantic chessboard had been formed. Before the chessboard approached, a murderous aura was faintly felt. The red and black sides were in their respective positions. 11 monks and Taoists waited in formation. Before they could take a closer look, Ka's slightly angry voice rang in their ears. Still not in position? Are the buns that delicious? When you die, I'll ask Cao Ji to serve you a tray of buns in front of your grave. Lu Xiaoyi was thick-skinned. He bowed and said, sorry for the long wait. The road to the underworld is long. It's better to die with a full stomach. There was no need to find a position, because there was only one position left on the chessboard. The right pawn position of the black chess piece. Horse, king, rook, red, pawn, phase, pawned, pawn, phase, pawn, black, horse, king, rook. The 2 formations faced each other, and the flags were fluttering. However, there was one point. The red side's momentum was obviously stronger. It was not because of the cultivators, but because of the battle formation itself. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi stood on the pawn position, he understood where the difference in aura came from. It was the power of faith from Shaka Little Land, because the foundation of Buddhism's faith was more solid. This was the magic of the chessboard of heaven and earth. If it was a situation where the Buddhists had the complete advantage, The Taoists would naturally have the momentum of a morning army. This was also a strategy that matched the balance of the upper realm's orthodoxy of Zhuxian as much as possible. It was biased towards the weaker side. However, since the Taoists took the initiative to start the game this time, and the situation had not completely collapsed, then it would show its true form. Both sides had 6 chess pieces, and the momentum of the Buddhists was dominant. This was actually one of the reasons why Jiu Huai and the others were unwilling to come. The battle became more and more intense. The flags behind each chess piece fluttered loudly. The king's flag was loud, and the carriage and horses were loud. The sound of the little black pawn's flag was covered by it, and it made an inaudible sound. This made Lu Xiaoyi very unhappy. There was a difference in treatment again. There was something wrong with the chessboard of heaven and earth. It did not respect Xiu Quan. Zhongming suddenly sounded in the sky. This was the cue to start the game. At the same time, 6 jade chopsticks descended and suspended in the sky above the Chu River and Han boundary. According to the rules, since it was the black side's challenge, the red side should go first. The red side's prince was bald. He chanted the name of Buddha and pointed at the Chu River and Han boundary. Suddenly, the 6 jade chopsticks spun around in the limited space. Immediately, one of them fell out, and there was a huge word horse on it. The red horse's flag let out a warhorse neigh. Immediately, the red horse took a step forward. The battle momentum was high, but there was an uncoordinated sound. "Don't mess with the horse's leg." The black side's prince, Kawa, shouted sternly, single ear. "Stop being noisy. This isn't Chinese chess. There's no such thing as messing with the horse's leg. If you continue to spout nonsense, no one will care about you. You'll be left to fend for yourself." Lu Xiaoyi was resentful. This kind of chess game was far inferior to the white-browed old man's game in terms of momentum. The prince's ability to restrain him was also limited, so he could still spout nonsense. There was no horse's leg. The elephant's eye probably didn't exist. The chessboard was spacious. Maybe there was no rule that the king didn't meet the king. He just didn't know if the pawn had short legs and could only move one step at a time. After the red piece passed, it was the black piece's turn. Ka were also pointed in the direction of the jade chopsticks. After the 6 jade chopsticks trembled for a while, one chopstick also fell out. It was the word Xiong. But Ka didn't mess with the word Xiong. She chose to give up. This was the rule of the 6th gambling. Which piece to move was determined by the heavens. But whether to move or not, and how to move, was controlled by humans. This was a chess game that fully combined the will of heaven, humans, and strength. It was full of variables. Next, both sides mobilized their pieces and quickly formed a confrontation on the left side. They were about to enter a dangerous killing trap. Lu Xiaoyi felt bored. The black side shook the chopsticks a total of 7 times, but didn't get the right black pawn once. Unlike the white-browed old man who had rushed in front, this time he was completely sitting on the wall and watching. The left side was fiercely arranged, but the right side was empty. Could it be that the queen had been killed, and he was still here? Could he be blamed? Would Ka's promise still exist? He shook his head and sighed. The bald king against the queen set up a red and black light. Watch me as the pawn crosses the river, its mouth wide open. Chapter 8:16. In the first battle, the free and unfettered disciples felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The red pawn crossed the river. This was the sign of the final battle. For a master of the 6th gambling like Ka, this was nothing new. She did not want to let the opponent's already high morale rise to another level. As a master of the 6th gambling who was used to defending and counterattacking, she used a move, flying phase stomping pawn, and it was a female red pawn. Black phase was Fan Tong, and also the strongest on their side. She wanted to use this method to tell the opponent that the free and unfettered sect was not to be trifled with. The key was that Yu Zong's move was also very interesting. It just so happened that it was Black Phase's turn. In this game of chess, the will of heaven and man had overlapped. In the understanding of cultivators, this move was inevitable, and inevitable victory. Because the will of heaven and man resonated. Fan Tong controlled a tricolored auspicious cloud to suppress the red pawn. This was the trilight technique of the free and unfettered technique. The attack was sharp and unpredictable, and it was the foundation of speed techniques. Those who did not know Fan Tong's background would think that his technique must be compatible with his temperament, and that he walked the traditional path of stability. However, Kawa, who knew him well, knew that in the heart of this usually gentle senior brother, there was a restless heart, which would only be revealed in a real battle. Black phase entered the red pawn's space. Because of the rules, once the trilight technique gained the upper hand, it was very difficult for the opponent to struggle out of it. This was a type of spell that became more and more intense, displaying the free and unfettered sect's free and unfettered mind. The biggest characteristic of their battle was that they let go of their mind and indulged themselves. It was somewhat different from the orthodox and serious Daoist sect's inheritance. Then, a world rose from the red pawn space, the Prajna world. The Buddhist kingdom in the heart. Among the Buddhist disciples, there were not many who could do this in the Jindan stage. Just based on this move, this unfamiliar red pawn should have the ability of Dragon Tiger Arhat, but the free and unfettered sect knew nothing about this. The Prajna world was one of the most profound realms among the many Buddhist worlds. It was a bit similar to the Daoist enchantment, but it was more profound and involved than the Daoist enchantment. This was because the enchantment was just one of the Daoist's battle methods, while the Buddhist world was a world built by the monks with their own cognition. It contained their ideals, spirit, and belief. The tripartite light technique galloped unhindered in the great wisdom world, but it just couldn't deliver the final blow. The Black Chariot Zhuo Li transmitted his divine sense to Queen Kawa. Junior sister. There was something fishy about this Hong Zhu. He might not be Longhu Arhat, but he might be a preacher. Kawa bitterly nodded. Sutra preachers referred to those monks who focused on preaching the Buddhist scriptures. They were geniuses who naturally comprehended some profound Buddhist principles during the long period of preaching. Once these monks came into contact with combat, their strength would be above Longhu Arhat. Of course, there were also monks who had been fighting all their lives who suddenly had an epiphany at a certain stage. In the end, they changed their profession and became Buddhist monks. No matter which one it was, because they had undergone a metamorphosis in the field they came into contact with, they were all outstanding people in the new field. They were the exemplary examples of comprehending by analogy, but this also meant that Thousand Buddha's imperial light didn't give up on the fight for Shaka. They had indeed changed people, but the one who replaced them wasn't an ordinary monk, but an even more powerful preacher. The tripartite light technique's performance in the Prajna world was getting worse and worse. This was the disadvantage of speed. When the goal couldn't be achieved, the defeat would be even faster. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. It's 2 against 1, it's not shameful to admit defeat. Another discordant voice appeared, and it was still that single-eared person. This time, it wasn't Kawa who reprimanded, but a monk. It's obviously a 1 against 1 battle. How is it bullying with numbers? Mongrel Daoist, don't slander us. The troublemaker's voice was very unconvinced. Isn't that sister-in-law pregnant? Isn't it 2 against 1? Even if you want to fight to the Buddha, I'll accompany you. Thousand Buddha's imperial light technique's momentum was suppressed a little. After all, whether she was pregnant or not was not a secret. Of course, whether it was 2 against 1 or not was another matter. After all, if it was so, it could be said that tens of millions of male cultivators were fighting against 2. Kawa had nothing to say. This single-eared person was really a rascal. No privacy could escape from his stinky mouth. Buddhism didn't forbid marriage. But the noise outside couldn't change the course of the battle. Fan Tong's disadvantage was gradually increasing as time went by. He wanted to fight back but lacked strength. The Prajna world was like a cage, tightly binding him. In such a fixed mode of battle, both sides couldn't choose to leave the battle space to start again, which had a very real impact on the cultivators. In other places, in any open space, Fan Tong might not be defeated so quickly. At least, he still had room to struggle. But now he was in the chessboard world, in the fixed battle space of Hong Zhu. When his explosive power was not enough to break the opponent's blockade, he could only sink into it. Ka had to keep her eyes open because in the 6 gambling game, the life and death of the chess pieces were not only determined by the cultivators themselves, but also by the princes like her. In a battle between cultivators, life and death were not rare in an instant. Many times, cultivators in the battle might not have time to react to their defeat in time. This was a technical problem, but also a psychological problem. Cultivators were also human, they also wanted to save face and hoped for miracles. When cultivators in the battle couldn't make a reasonable judgment due to various complicated situations, they needed the help of their princes to stop and withdraw from the chessboard space to save their life. In the history of chess games, more than 80% of the cultivators who admitted defeat and left were stopped by their princes, not themselves. This was the responsibility of the princes. In this way, at least the losers could have dignity. When they recalled this history in the future, they would regretfully say, "Oh, I was not as good as others, so I was stopped by my prince." What should they say on the other hand? Would they say, "I knew I couldn't win, so I ran away"? Not delaying the possibility of a comeback, and not endangering the lives of their chess pieces, this required a cultivator's eyesight. This was the biggest problem Ka was facing now. Jiuhua's advantage was that she was very clear about her companion's abilities after getting along with them day and night. She was also very clear that although the Buddhist skills were very slow, like being sealed and boiling a frog in warm water, when the situation was really under control, the Vajra's glare and the Buddha's roar would strike very quickly. It was not as forgiving as they appeared to be on the surface. A moment later, without any warning, Ka made a request to admit defeat to the chessboard of heaven and earth. At the same time, Fan Tong was removed from the chessboard of heaven and earth. Zhuo Li gave his junior sister a thumbs up. Zhuo Li was very clear that a good prince could allow the chess pieces below to participate in the battle without worrying about whether they would be able to withdraw in time. From this point of view, Jiuhua was responsible. She did it. Chapter 8:17. Fan Tong fell out of the chessboard space, his whole body weak. He had been on the brink of death. Being in the Prajna space, he knew that the girl had been preparing for the final attack. He couldn't stop her, but he didn't want to admit defeat. Jiu Huai and the other 3 looked at him, gloating. "At least you chose the right prince." Jiu Huai mocked. Fan Tong's expression didn't change. "This is just the beginning." Jiu Huai sneered. "Although this is just the beginning, I can already see the result. Senior brother Fan, 1,000 Buddhas has already sent out their preacher. Even if it's just one, do you think we still have a chance? Don't deceive yourself. Prepare to face the sect's punishment." Fan Tong was speechless. Although Jiu Huai was annoying, he was right. There was no chance. This was a trap set by 1,000 Buddhas. What he was trying to catch was their reckless and lucky mentality. The game continued. For the carefree cultivators, the situation continued to deteriorate. Lu Xiaoyi, the right black pawn, continued to do nothing. This made him very depressed. The way of heaven always gave him extreme treatment. Last time, he was used to death. This time, it was the opposite. Did he swallow too much fate? Lu Xiaoyi wasn't the only one who was depressed. Queen Ka was as well. When there was a clear disparity between the strength of the 2 sides in a chess game, whether or not the chess game was played would not be that important. What she could decide was to let her pawns be in a state of eating, not being eaten. This would give her pawns a good start to the battle, and let them choose the most suitable opening for themselves. This was the right given to her by the chessboard. It was very important in a battle between cultivators, but the prerequisite was that the 2 sides were similar in strength. She tried her best to move her pawns, but sadly found that the will of heaven was not on her side. This was the momentum. When she couldn't win the first battle even though she combined the will of heaven and the will of heaven, the momentum left her. It left the carefree cultivators. She finally understood that even if it was the chessboard of heaven and earth, she still had to follow the iron law of the cultivation world. Strength was the absolute truth. She had the experience of playing chess, but she didn't have the right pawns. It was that simple. The free and unfettered cultivators were knocked out of the game one by one. The only thing Kawa could do now was to try her best to keep them alive. After losing the chess game, the free and unfettered forces withdrew from Shoji Little Continent. This was not a small mistake, and all the free and unfettered cultivators who participated in this mistake were able to stay out of it. This kind of result would cause people to gossip, because you didn't even show the integrity that you should have. So much so that no one even fought to the death in this failure. But she still did it. She still maintained the safety of her fellow disciples. She would rather bear the blame for her incompetence in the chess competition, because she felt that since the decision was made by the few of them, the responsibility should naturally be borne by her. She had never been a person who shirked responsibility. Even if he lost and let down the sect, he had to be worthy of the trust of his companions. Even if it was the one ear who was talking nonsense and spouting nonsense, she would not watch him lose his life. Up until now, apart from Zhuli's victory over the red horse, the carefree cultivator had gained nothing else. 2 hours later, the red side of WN4 lacked horses, and the black side only had 1 king and 1 pawn left. With such a gap, no one could turn the tables. One ear was still blabbering on and on about his rotten ideas. Protest. Request for arbitration. This group of baldies collectively took stimulants. Request for a rematch. Kawa didn't even have the mood to scold him. In the cultivation world, it's not against the rules to use great medicine to assist in battle, Lu Xiaoyi said shamelessly, then request for 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5. Or, sue them for changing the players at the last minute and trampling on the rules. Or, delay the game and not move. Kawa couldn't bear it anymore. One ear. Shut up. It's not that the free and unfettered cultivators can't afford to lose. If you continue to be unreasonable, I'll satisfy your request and let you fight to the death with them to fulfill your wish. Lu Xiaoyi cracked a smile. He had been waiting for this sentence. Yes, I'm here. Then just admit defeat. Why are you still dawdling? Could it be that you're still waiting for a decent opportunity? I don't think those monks have this intention. Kawa realized that her anger towards failure was not as strong as her hatred towards this scoundrel. Perhaps, the biggest failure of this bet was bringing this fellow along with them. Of course they won't give you any face. But not to me, but to that stinky mouth of yours. If they don't teach you a lesson, they won't easily withdraw their troops. And I see that you also seem to be angry. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. I'm not angry. No, I'm not that angry. Admit defeat, let's make them unable to vent their anger, isn't that good? Kawa refused. Although I'm a woman, I don't have the habit of admitting defeat. You can admit defeat, this is my special permission. I won't ask my companions to bear the responsibility that they can't bear. I know that your stinky mouth is just to disgust the other party. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Senior sister, what you're doing is not right. You're a woman and don't have the habit of admitting defeat, but do I have the habit of admitting defeat as a man? You want to fulfill your Dao heart, but make me lose my sword heart? That's not appropriate, is it? Kawa felt that she was about to be driven crazy. This won't do, that won't do, fighting won't do, running won't do, what do you want? Lu Xiaoyi felt that she was very boring. Senior sister, I think that rather than you being defeated by them and then us being defeated, it's better not to give them the chance. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. They're closer to you, so they won't come for me. Kawa looked at him strangely. One ear. You probably haven't figured out the rules of the 6 boards of chess. I have the royal city's shield, so they can't hit me. If they want to hit me, they need to fulfill a condition. Lu Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. What condition? We've already lost everyone, what other conditions can there be? Kawa finally vented her anger. The rules of the 6 boards state that before entering the royal city and attacking the other party's prince, we must first eliminate all the other party's pawns. What do you think of this rule? Doesn't it make a lot of sense? Lu Xiaoyi finally understood. Who the hell set this rule? So if they want to hit you, they have to hit me first. Then can't you come out of the royal city for a few rounds? Kawa felt a little better. She was very curious about her current state. Her hatred for Buddhism did not even make her feel better than seeing this guy suffer. I can't go out. This is also a rule. Just like Chinese chess. So, you can either admit defeat or get beaten up. I can only express my moral support for you. Lu Xiaoyi said anxiously, you can still make me run. You can't just wait here and get beaten up, right? Quick, 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 let's quickly sink to the bottom. Kawa was calm and unruffled. Sorry, I can't move you because I can't shake you with the chopsticks. What can I do? Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. I'm the only one left, and you still want me to shake the 6 chopsticks? This rule is too inhumane. Jiahua smiled. No, it's precisely because it has to be humane and fit reality that there are such rules. Think about it, since ancient times, how many heroes have reached a dead end? They would rather die in a battle for their faith, for their loyalty, for their perseverance, and for their perseverance, dying together with the city. So, the reality is that there will always be a reason why you can't leave. Lu Xiaoyi cried out in grievance. I have no faith, and I'm not loyal. Chapter 8:18. Outside the chessboard, the 8 free and unfettered cultivators faced each other in 4 groups. At least we have the courage to fight, but you don't even have the guts to face us, a cultivator on Fan Tong's side said hatefully. If you really have the courage, then fight to the death. Even if it's just one of you. You're all alive and kicking now. What courage do you have to talk to us about? True courage is knowing how to endure and bear the consequences of infamy. It's not rashly rushing up to put on a show and then being beaten down. Jiu Huai's cultivator's mouth was very sharp. Junior sister Kawa is very benevolent. She actually let all of you retreat safely. Jiu Huai joked. Fan Tong replied, it's my request. I'll bear the responsibility. You don't have to be sarcastic here and sow discord. Me too, Zhuo Li said without hesitation. Jiu Huai chuckled. Stubbornness. They'll suffer later. He didn't think he did anything wrong. The most important thing to be in charge of the Continental War was to control the situation. If he couldn't do that, what was the point of talking about other things? He hated Fan Tong's faction for this. They seemed to be loyal and righteous, and considered themselves to be orthodox, but in fact, they were conservative and old-fashioned. The free and unfettered travel was such a good foundation, but after so many years, they had been played like this. They lost everything and still didn't know it. This was the difference between the old and new sects. Their only hope was that with the development of the cultivation world, there would be more and more new cultivators like them. They would go out, see more, and put practical benefits first. This was the direction of the cultivation world in the future. Kawa pointed at the jade chopsticks in the air above the Chu River and Han boundary. The chopsticks spun around and spun around. She smiled and said, look, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's that even the heavens don't want to help you. I've thrown the chopsticks dozens of times today, but you've never been thrown out. Tell me, is it because even the heavens despise you for your foul mouth? Seeing the monks approaching, Lu Xiaoyi curled his lips. Maybe it's because your hands are foul. I say, senior sister Jiao, when the fight starts, you can't use your power to avenge private grudges and push me into the fire pit. If you see that I'm not in a good position, admit defeat for me. Don't drag it out, it's very dangerous. Kawa's mood had become very relaxed. There was nothing to fight for. The outcome had been decided. Now, the fun was to teach this guy a lesson. If it wasn't dangerous, would it have forced out your potential? I've heard that you're very impressive in Red Hill. You're challenging a group of people by yourself? Why don't you show your power and prestige to your senior sister? Lu Xiaoyi was very pleased with himself. It's all in the past. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. They were all unorthodox itinerant cultivators. For them to be reduced to working as hired thugs for the Chamber of Commerce, their strength was evident. Senior sister, you can't favor one over the other. You've already sent them away, so don't leave me here alone. When I come back, people will talk. Carefree Wanderer came to our sect, but he actually let a foreign cultivator fight to the death in a battle. Hehe, it won't be nice to hear. Ka was a little speechless. He was obviously a coward, but what he said made sense. He was also a freak. He continued to throw chopsticks. He threw out everything except for the right pawn. Even she sighed at how this guy was a jinx. The monk's chess pieces were getting closer and closer. The red chariot was already in the attack path, waiting to be thrown to the red chariot's jade. Lu Xiaoyi was still there, asking for benefits. Senior sister, I know that you have a deep foundation in the sect and have a strong backer. Seeing that I, your junior brother, have persevered until the end, can you help me get a carefree mask? The carefree mask was the work of a former carefree great cultivator. He liked to play around and meddle in affairs. Unfortunately, his subordinates were incomparably tough. He was a rare great cultivator in the history of the carefree wanderer who was famous for his fighting strength. When he traveled in the human world, he liked to wear a mask, not wanting to stay in the human world. This was a story from tens of thousands of years ago. This great cultivator had long passed away, but the rules of his mask had been passed down in the carefree wanderer. Thus, there were countless legends about the carefree mask. To this day, the carefree mask had become a symbol of status. It represented the core group of disciples in the carefree wanderer. Cultivators who had not reached a certain level of strength and status could not wear it. In the current carefree Jindan group, there were no more than 10 people who were qualified to wear a mask when they traveled outside. Just like the wanderer monk of the 10,000 Buddhas facing the heavens, the Mang boots of the Great Mystery Middle Yellow, the Tian Guan of the Qing Wei Immortal Sect, the Thorn monk of the Bitter Zen Temple, the abstinence monk of the Huangting Taoism, the life seed of the Wanyan creation, the ox rider of the Yuansha cave, and the tattooed head of the human sect. They were all the top cultivators of the upper sects. They were the eldest senior brothers of their level and represented extraordinary power. They had a special status and ability. Ka was eyes widened. One ear, you really dare to dream. There are less than 10 carefree masks in the Jindan group. You, a new disciple from outside, dare to covet it. Do you know that senior brother Fan Tong applied for it for 100 years and still didn't get it? I have some connections in the Mountain Gate, but I can't set such a bad precedent. Are you scared out of your wits? What do you mean by persevering until the end? You're only able to persevere until now because the heavenly Tao doesn't like you. Otherwise, you would have been kicked down to eat your buns long ago. Fan Tong applied for it for 100 years. With his strength, it would be useless even if he applied for another 100 years. How could he compare to the great swordsman Lu? Senior sister, heroes don't matter where they come from. Outstanding people should think about their reasons. You can't be indiscriminate. Aren't I preparing for Shajia? I'm just waiting for an opportunity to go back to the 7-colored little land to visit my family. There are rules in the Mountain Gate. People like us shouldn't go back with great fanfare. It's easy to leave a bad impression in the Mountain Gate and cause trouble for you, isn't it? It's better to wear a mask. It doesn't violate the Mountain Gate's rules and save everyone's face. I can also show off in front of the old master's family and friends. I can't travel in the daytime in luxurious clothes. I can at least wear a mask. In the process of the chess game, the red side's chess pieces were almost finished. The rook rode, the pawn attack, and the pawn attack were all close at hand. The next move, no matter which chess piece it was, the red side could launch an attack. However, the black side still didn't have a black right pawn. He had nowhere to run. Ka were completely collapsed. One ear. You're the first one I've seen who can say such a boring reason to show off so openly. You're really hypocritical. You don't even want to pretend anymore. Let me tell you, it's impossible. Even if you can win here, it's impossible. Unless you can get all the monks of the 10,000 Buddhas and consolidate my position in Shajia and gain 100 years of buffer time, maybe I can still mention it to the higher-up. Lu Xiaoyi's expression brightened. He was waiting for this sentence. Senior sister, if you say so, I won't be sleepy anymore. Remember what you said today. You have to give me back a Xiaoyaro mask in the future. At this moment, the red clouds rolled over and the red chariot pierced through. In the endless Buddhist voice, Lu Xiaoyi smiled ferociously. Chapter 8:19. The Buddha said that a man who practices Taoism is like a dry grass. When fire comes, he must avoid it. When a Taoist sees a desire, he must stay away. The monk still used the world of Buddhism first. This was the most common way for Buddhist disciples to fight. When they had the power to take the initiative and attack first, the world of Buddhism was almost the inevitable choice. Hongche, Thousand Buddhas, Dragon and Tiger Arhat, was the strongest person except for the new preacher. The enchantment he used was not the wonderful Prajna world. With his strength, he could not have his own world. This was a spiritual attack world contaminated with Buddhist words. In Hongyang's letter, it could greatly affect the spiritual field of non-Buddhist cultivators and lay a solid foundation for the following battle. In Hongyang's Dharma, there seemed to be an Arhat with long hair descending to the world. He was tall and strong with angry eyes. He held a skanda staff and his body was covered with glazed light. He stepped down brilliantly. Everything was inferior. Kawa was far away, but she could feel the majesty of the brilliant Buddhist meaning. She had some thoughts of admitting defeat in her heart. She knew that under such an orthodox Buddhist inheritance, ordinary non-orthodox inheritance could not compete at all. The problem was that to admit defeat without fighting was not the character of a free and unfettered person. It was also showing weakness to the enemy. She decided to admit defeat after the previous 4 senior brothers fought a few rounds and showed that they could not hold on. This time, they had not even fought. How could she admit defeat? Although this one ear was wretched and disgusting, she had no intention of harming him in her heart. On the contrary, because of his various specialties, she had the intention to protect him. This guy was right about one thing. Others could not escape safely, but a new disciple who was attached to them would die in a fierce battle. This was the right way of cultivation. If this spread out, it would not be conducive to the unity of the factions in the free and unfettered world. No matter what, he could resist the first attack. Kawa was a little nervous. At this moment, there was a sword sound in the world of Buddhism. A voice said, hearing the Zen and knowing the meaning of Buddha, the great sound is hope. I have the firmament sword, which specializes in killing people who praise Buddha. A surging and intense murderous aura gushed out. Its essence came from the heaven and earth chessboard, which had been slaughtering for hundreds of thousands of years. It came from the same source and resonated with each other from a distance, instantly dispersing the Buddhist sound. Under the impact, the light of Buddha drifted away. From the forehead of the Arhat Vajra, a little red light suddenly appeared, followed by the nose, the mouth, the throat, and the chest. In the collapse of the bloodlight, the Arhat was cut into 2. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. Neither Arhat Hongche nor the Red-Balled King had the time to react. They couldn't even summon the will to admit defeat and retreat. Lu Xiaoyi stood with his sword in hand and laughed loudly. He pointed at Kawa and said, "Senior apprentice sister, I knew that if I delayed any longer, you would have admitted defeat on my behalf. That's why I had no choice but to slash a little harder. Remember your promise. I'll give you face, and you'll return my favor. Isn't that the best of both worlds?" They were all smart people, and each of them had their own unique insight. Under this madman's sword, everyone inside and outside the chessboard was shocked. Each of them pondered. If they were the ones facing such an earth-shaking sword strike, how much chance of survival would they have? The answer was very depressing. Outside the chessboard, Fan Tong let out a long howl. He was so depressed that he didn't care if the people inside the chessboard could hear him. He shouted loudly, "Your request is beyond my ability, but there's still me and junior apprentice brothers Wali. As long as you slash all the way, we'll definitely fulfill your wish." He clearly saw that among the monks of the 1,000 Buddhas, including Longhu Arhat, no one was a match for him at all. The only suspense was the low-key red soldier nun preaching the sutras. In fact, the direction of the chessboard was very clear. It all depended on the battle between this one ear and the preaching sutras. Kawa also understood. She knew that she had underestimated one ear's strength. He dared to become a great thief in the Yellow Court and dared to kill in the Red Hill Cloud Sea. This person did not rely on impulsiveness and recklessness. He was truly capable. This was probably the main reason why the great cultivators of the sect accepted him as their disciple. She knew that she might have to think of a way to fulfill this guy's request. She had connections in the upper class, and if she failed, she still had Fan Tong to support her. If she could really protect Shajia's little land and take it back from the Middle Blood sect, this would be a great achievement, and there would be countless possibilities. It was her turn to throw the chopsticks again. This guy was already so good at defending. She wondered what would happen if he attacked. She threw the chopsticks, and it was the word king. Ka sighed. This thing, even the heavenly Tao was avoiding it. Bald King, that was what Lu Heizu called him. Actually, his real name was De Zheng. Right now, he was feeling very complicated. Originally, the situation was great, and victory was just a step away. However, because of this thing that came out of nowhere, everything had changed. Of course, he didn't know that this was also an accident for the people of the Xiaoyaro sect. From his point of view, this was a complete conspiracy by the Xiaoyaro sect. They secretly sent the preaching sutras, but the Xiaoyaro sect also sent the mask. With the strength of this Xiaoyaro mask, except for the preaching sutras, no one could survive. Moreover, this guy's methods were ruthless and merciless. If one's reaction was slow, one's life would be in danger. How could he maintain enough confidence? For a sect like the swordsmen who killed bravely, they especially valued the accumulation of the opponent's power. In this kind of chessboard battle, the momentum advantage brought by consecutive victories was far from being offset by the consumption of magical power. Therefore, he had to make a plan. The best strategy now was to let the preaching sutras deal with him, and not let the others go up one by one. It was dangerous, but it also gave the opponent power. Therefore, a strange scene happened. On the black side, Lu Xiaoyi could only stand still because he couldn't throw out a black pawn. On the red side, although the black pawn was within the attack range, the red pawn didn't make a move. Obviously, they were waiting for a chance to throw out a red pawn. The game was limited to a dragging situation. It was a bit boring, but this was the charm of the sixth gambling. In fact, in war, whether in the mortal world or the world of cultivation, there were countless helplessness in the process. You couldn't do whatever you wanted. There were all kinds of fetters that made people helpless. After 3 rounds, Lu Xiaoyi was still sitting calmly, but the red pawn preaching sutras had drawn the jade chopstick. The Bald King wouldn't give up this opportunity because pawns were all short-legged. When the red pawn could defeat the black pawn, it was also when the black pawn could defeat the red pawn. Whoever drew the jade chopsticks first would make the first move. The advantage of the first move was very important when both sides were evenly matched. Although the black pawn hadn't been thrown out, who could be sure that it wouldn't be the next one? He had to make the first move. It's 2 against 1 again, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. But jokes were jokes, and when it was necessary to be cautious, he had to be cautious. When the red pawn was fighting with Fan Tong, although he was watching from the side, he wasn't there himself. There were some details that he didn't know. For example, with Fan Tong's strength, how could he be completely trapped in there without any room to struggle? This prajna world of the preaching sutras was not simple. Chapter 820. The sutra speaker was still using her prajna world. This was very normal. At their level, it was impossible for them to have many such sharp methods. Basically, it was their own trump card. There was no reason for them to abandon it after a single battle. However, this time, she took the initiative to use it. Unlike last time when she was passive, her preparations were more comprehensive, more complete, and more aggressive and resilient. In her cultivation career, there had never been a Jindan cultivator who could break through her great wisdom world. Even some of the weaker scattered soul cultivators could not do so. As long as her great wisdom world did not collapse, she would always be in an invincible position. The swordsman's outburst was frightening, but that was because her enchantment was not strong enough. If she had the most powerful world structure in Buddhism, what kind of beast could not be controlled? It consumed her mana and spirit, and it was futile. The strategy was to trap the opponent and fight a protracted war of attrition. This was also the best way to deal with an outburst of orthodoxy. Red clouds filled the sky, But before the red clouds filled the sky, a Buddhist world had already quietly descended. It had to be said that a battle scene like the chessboard of heaven and earth was the most suitable for orthodoxes who were good at enchantment. Lu Xiaoyi was in the Prajna world, but he did not attack recklessly. The timing was not right. Since the opponent had the initiative, he could only choose to accept it calmly. If he was in the wild, he would control the distance immediately and use the flying sword to attack. He would not easily get involved, but the scene here was not right. A truly good world would not have a situation where it was weak at the beginning and then strong later on. Otherwise, wouldn't the trapped cultivator be able to escape easily at the first moment? The world of masters was only related to the resistance within the world. The more you resisted, the more you would be remembered by the Prajna world, which was equivalent to entangling more strings on your body. The more you did, the more mistakes you made. Just like Fan Tong in the past, struggling blindly only to be entangled more and more tightly. He needed to see it clearly first. Lu Xiaoyi was in the middle of it, and it was better than taking a stroll in the park. Occasionally, he would only bump into it a few times, but he did not use his full strength and did not use any special skills. Similarly, the preacher's Prajna world did not take the initiative to attack him or entangle him. Everything was relative. For a Buddhist world, when you started to use Buddhist methods on the trapped cultivator, it was fine if you succeeded, but if you failed, the opponent would be able to see it more clearly. Similarly, the more you attacked, the more you were exposed. The Prajna world was divided into 6 types: Prajna, 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 and Prajna. The Prajna's name. The Prajna world was a metaphysical world. It was the origin of all things in the universe, which was also the world of enlightenment and understanding. It was the most fundamental of all Prajna. The Prajna of Prajna world was the way to verify the Prajna of Prajna. There was no birth of a thought, and the front and back were cut off. The reflection of the body was clear, and it was like a Buddha. It meant that there was no delusion in the mind. It meant that there was no thinking of the past or the future, but only when the soul and body were clear at the moment. It had 2 aspects of solitude and reflection at the same time. This was the same spiritual realm as the Tathagata, which was the Prajna of Prajna. Prajna of Prajna spirit was not obtained by cleverness, but it was naturally revealed after enlightenment. Prajna of Prajna of Prajna of Prajna used words to truthfully describe the body of the Dharma world and the method to enter the body of the Dharma world. It was the realm that the consciousness could reach, which belonged to the secular truth. Prajna of Prajna of Prajna of Prajna was great wisdom. For example, the most difficult thing to understand was to use a special method so that others could understand it the moment they heard it. This belonged to the Prajna of convenience. The level of Prajna of dependent Prajna and Prajna of contemplation was too high. It was not something that Lu Xiaoyi could understand with his current realm. In fact, he had also swallowed the first 4 Prajna in a hurry. However, to cultivators, when they reached their level, there was a basic understanding of some things. It was just that they could not go deeper. This preacher belonged to the stage of Prajna realm. This was already a very impressive achievement. It required extremely deep attainments in Buddhist principles. Under the premise that most monks could not form their own Prajna world, her achievement was a little abnormal. This was the true meaning of Buddha through preaching. It was not something that could be obtained through hard cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi carefully experienced it. He endured the subtle influence that was everywhere in the Dharma world. To him who was passively entering the Prajna world, the change had to come from him. This was the price of passivity. Continuing to waste time was the other party's intention. What he needed to do was to keep his trump card in his probing and discover the truth of this world, which was also its weakness. There must be the truth. The weakness must also exist. This was the balance of the heavenly axiom. There was no such thing as perfection and unsolvable. The Big Dipper came out from his dantian. This was his probing method. This method of releasing the sword was also the most common method in the upper realm of Juzian. However, his real swordsmanship was the 5 sword plates hidden in the Niwen Palace. The flying sword attacked from all directions. The boundary wall, the building, the golden body of Luohan, and everything else. The Prajna world rippled slightly. The preacher's counterattack followed. That was the voice of the Buddha in this world. Buddha's words: wherever Buddha goes, the country gathers. Nothing can be deceived. The world is peaceful, the sun and moon are clear. Wind and rain come at the right time. Calamities do not arise. Lu Xiaoyi's strength on the flying sword became stronger and stronger. It was accompanied by the louder and louder Buddha's voice. You took my life, I will repay your debt. This is karma. After hundreds and thousands of tribulations, I will always be in life and death. As the Big Dipper flew, there were traces of sword lights that were divided and added together. There were a few or a dozen of them. This was his attack while ensuring that his mana was full. In the Prajna world, the shaking intensified. Unlike before where one item was damaged at a time, now more than a dozen items were destroyed at the same time. Once they were destroyed, they were reassembled under the support of the Buddha's voice. They were destroyed again and reassembled again. This process was the way for both parties to test each other's foundation. Buddha is a speaker of the truth, a speaker of the truth, a speaker who does not lie, a speaker who does not speak differently, a speaker who speaks like a speaker. In Ka's eyes, a large number of buildings in the Prajna world began to collapse. However, they were inconceivably rebuilt. The sharpness of the sword aura and the illumination of the Buddha's light evolved a reincarnation in the Prajna world. The destructive power of the flying sword made her gasp in amazement. She was very clear that she could not do this. However, that one ear had a calm expression, as if this was the most ordinary sword swinging. What made her feel even more depressed was the powerful resilience of the Prajna world. Even if it was constantly on the verge of collapse under the indiscriminate attacks of the flying sword group, but in this kind of tottering, it displayed an astonishing recovery power. It was as if there was an indescribable Buddha's connotation that made this world appear indestructible. Once Lu Xiaoyi started, he would not stop. This was also the swordsman's style. Aggression was like fire and violence was like thunder. In this kind of attack and defense reconstruction, suddenly, thousands of sword lights gushed out. Under the cleansing, all the illusory Buddha objects in the Prajna world were swept clean. It was the special sword light division of Lu Xiaoyi's Big Dipper sword plate. Chapter 821. The Prajna world collapsed and shrunk into a ball. However, before Kawa could express her excitement, the entire Buddhist kingdom was reborn from the collapse. It returned to its previous state, as if it was filled with Buddhist power. At the same time, she noticed that one ear's magical power reserves had been depleted by half in the 1,000-sword light division explosion. This caused her to be shocked. The normal way of thinking was that one ear would suddenly explode through the change of rhythm. After losing nearly half of his supernatural power, he still couldn't completely destroy the Buddhist land of the preacher. Then, how many more times could he explode with his supernatural power? The scales of victory began to tilt. At least, that was what the monks and Taoists thought. However, the preacher was still steady. This was because she knew that this guy still had half of his magical power left. He could still explode at least once. If one was not in the situation, one would not understand the terror of the flying sword. That kind of power was not something a Jindan cultivator could display. If he continued to waste time with her, she was not sure when she could end the battle. No one would be willing to fight with such an opponent. Everyone had their own strengths. The swordsman was good at finding opportunities in changes and fighting for opportunities in moments of life and death. However, as a Buddhist disciple, she was far behind in this aspect. However, she also had her own strengths. That was the tenacity of the Prajna world. Now, she had an obvious advantage in terms of magical power. The swordsman had wasted a lot of his magical power because he wanted to end the battle quickly. This was where her opportunity lied. She would not act rashly just because she had the advantage. The swordsman could be impulsive, but the Buddhist disciple would never be. Jin Danyi's anger came at the last moment. Lu Xiaoyi had already gotten what he wanted, so he spoke for the first time. Admit defeat. Don't let me kill both of you with one sword. The Buddhist voice continued, saints seek the heart and not the Buddha. Fools seek the Buddha and not the heart. Mortals do not change their hearts. Saints do not change their hearts. Let me out. Don't make me do it myself. Lu Xiaoyi threatened. The Buddhist voice was loud and clear. Green bamboo is always Dharmakaya. Yellow flowers are nothing but prajna. Once you enter my world, if you don't follow Buddha, you can't leave. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Did you know that I was born prematurely? When I wanted to go out, even my mother couldn't stop me. Who do you think you are? The Ni ball vibrated, and the flying swords flew out. There were still thousands of sword lights, and their destructive power was even greater than before. They even contained some kind of profound principle, the 5 elements interception. The sword theory was so strange that it shattered the smoothness of the 5 elements and stopped abruptly in the middle of operation. It was as if there was a fishbone stuck in one's throat and there was nowhere to vent it. The great wisdom world was destroyed once again, but when it shrunk to the extreme and was about to be reborn, because of this strange interruption, it became incomplete, uncoordinated, and no longer flawless. The beheading luck flying sword nimbly spun around and slashed through the air. The Buddha world collapse. Faith was gone. The bald king was the most cautious. He could not allow a scripture preacher to be killed in front of his eyes. As a Buddhist disciple, he could sense the prajna world. He knew that this time, it had really collapsed. It would never become a world again. Therefore, he used his consciousness to send a message to the chessboard of heaven and earth to admit defeat. He was worried that in this short moment, he would be caught by the swordsman. The flying sword was too fast, so fast that he could not react effectively. But his worry was unnecessary. The swordsman did not even use his sword to chase after the bald king. He only watched as the preacher disappeared under the great power of the chessboard of heaven and earth. Ka was overwhelmed with emotions. She was one of the leaders who suggested to challenge the chessboard of heaven and earth, just like Fan Tong and Zhuo Li. If they failed, it would not be as simple as her being punished, but her family and her faction would be humiliated. They, who followed the code of conduct of ancient Xiaoyaro cultivators, would become weaker and weaker. The impact was far-reaching. It was not as simple as imagined. It was only little Lu's problem. But now, everything was settled. Among the 3 powerhouses of the 10,000 Buddhas, one Longhu Arhat was killed, and one preacher admitted defeat and left. Only Longhu Arhat was left to hold the fort. As for the other 2, they were nothing to be afraid of. Her problem now was how to fulfill her promise. It was easy to find a familiar enlightened master to send little Lu of the rainbow. The difficult part was the Xiaoyaro mask. She could not guarantee it. But no matter what, she could now fully enjoy the joy of victory. This joy also brought her something different. For example, when she threw the chopsticks again, the jade chopsticks that fell out clearly wrote, "Black right pawn." Lu Xiaoyi took a step forward in a flashy manner, looking around proudly. This was his persona. After he made a name for himself in the celestial Jew upper realm, he needed a suitable persona to cover up some things. In fact, it didn't matter what kind of persona he had. He could be deep, he could be cold, he could be playful, he could be low-key, he could be anything. But after thinking about it, he realized that the least tiring thing about pretending was this kind of persona. Maybe this was what he wanted the most in his heart. He could not do it in the past, but now he could let nature take its course. There were still 3 people left, including the Red King. 1 king, 1 minister, and 1 pawn. When he could finally pull out his feet, the battle would not drag on. What kind of strategy would the 10,000 Buddhas use to stop him? Fight to the death. He did not mind going on a killing spree. If the monks did not admit defeat in time, the bald king still had 2 pawns under him, including him. They could still snipe the Xiaoyaro mask 3 times. He saw clearly that when the swordsman made a gesture to the Black King, he wiped his face. This was a very clear hint. Only the Xiaoyaro mask would do such a thing after winning. Then, what were their chances of winning? What made him despair was that no matter how he calculated, it was not more than 10%. Just like the Xiaoyaro Black King, the 10,000 Buddhas Red King did not have a powerful cultivator on the prince's side. The two dragon tiger arhats were the chariot and the minister respectively. The preacher was the red pawn, and he was just an ordinary Buddhist arhat. He suspected that he could not even block a single strike from the swordsman, because his strength was not high, and he only had a certain level of attainment in the 6-game chess. A chess player like him was especially worried about being held accountable after the game. It was not his fault that the information was not accurate. Therefore, the death of the first red pawn had nothing to do with him. Similarly, using the preacher to fight the Xiaoyaro mask head-on was not a problem in terms of strategy. At that time, it was impossible to retreat. There had to be a winner between the two. The problem now was, should he continue to persevere? If he persevered and the other dragon tiger arhat died here, it would be a problem of his control. He was not confident that he could safely rescue his companions at the most dangerous time. The swordsman's flying sword was too fast. If he did not persevere and took the initiative to admit defeat, would people think that he had lost the spirit of the 10,000 Buddhas and the heart of Buddha? It was a dilemma. Chapter 822. He looked at Hong Xiong, the only remaining Longhu Luohan, and received a fierce look, as if urging him to quickly make a decision. Then he understood. When his companions began to act impulsively, he had to remain calm. From a technical point of view, although this sword cultivator had fought 2 battles in a row, in reality, the so-called consumption of transcendence energy did not affect him much. He could see very clearly that even after a burst of transcendence energy was reduced by half, the sword cultivator could still attack without any scruples. What was unexpected was that the flying sword no longer came out from his dantian, but from his niwen. This was the real trump card of the carefree mask, right? The bald king made up his mind and chanted the name of Buddha. Amitabha, I, the 1,000 Buddhas, admit defeat in this game. The bell in the sky rang, and then the jade chopsticks and the chessboard disappeared. The people on the chessboard felt as if their bodies were being pressed down, and they had returned to the sky above Shajialu. On the ground, the monks and Taoists gathered. They did not participate in the game but were here to watch. The winner did not show joy, and the loser did not show sorrow. This was the basic cultivation of the Jindan cultivators. They were only fighting for land, not in a state of war. This battle was relatively peaceful in general, and not so bloody. This was because the strength of some of them was too strong, so strong that there was no need to settle it through bloodshed. Several people from the Carefree Travel Society were injured, and the severity was different. One of the 10,000 Buddhas died, and one of them was injured more seriously. Not to mention the death, the sutra preacher's prajna world was violently broken by Lu Xiaoyi. This had a profound impact on the nun. It might be an exaggeration to say that she could not practice Buddhism, but this prajna world was completely destroyed, and her strength was reduced by half. When the people on the chessboard landed, they felt that the cultivators on the ground were a little strange. It was not the confrontation that was strange, but the atmosphere at the scene was inexplicably strange. The strangeness did not come from the circle of carefree cultivators, but from the circle of 10,000 Buddhas. When Lu Xiaoyi stood on the ground, before he could receive the congratulations of his fellow disciples, a person walked out from the circle of 10,000 Buddhas. It was a nun, the sutra preacher, and the great Dafa's clothes were slightly open. She was nursing a child in her arms. Ka's heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was, did I get a miscarriage? The sister-in-law, on the other hand, was overjoyed from the bottom of her heart. Although the Buddhist power around her was weak and unstable, she still tried her best to form a barrier around the baby to keep him as warm as spring. When he walked up to Lu Xiaoyi, he did not greet him with a Buddhist salute. Instead, it was a blessing in the secular world. Thank you, benefactor. Without you, this child wouldn't exist. Please grant me a name. Lu Xiaoyi was not surprised, but in his mind, the names of countless eminent monks flashed through his mind, but none of them stayed. Only one name came out of his mouth. Ruhua. The scripture master's eyes were filled with tears as he turned and left. He smiled and whispered, like a flower blooming, beautiful in the world. What a good name. Were hurriedly shouted from behind, newborn babies can't eat too much. You're not carrying them in the right way. The monks quickly left. There were too many things waiting for them. In the vast land under the Middle Blood sect, there were too many believers that needed to be settled down, handed over, and made a comeback after 100 years. Zhou Li winked and came up. Why should she thank you? Naming is the father's right. Why did she say that without you, there wouldn't be a child? Could it be that you did it? It doesn't make sense. How can it be so fast? It's like rolling dough. Fan Tong's thoughts were rigorous. Nonsense, you're not serious at all. Maybe it's an old flame, and they've been secretly communicating? Or, I heard that there's a method of spiritual intercourse among the heretical sects. But you were able to give it to the scripture master of the 10,000 Buddhas continent. This ability is not as good as mine. Here they were talking without restraint and making jokes, but in fact, it was all a joke. It was just a way for them to vent after being extremely nervous. Only Ka was stood at the back, secretly shocked. She was the only witness at the scene. She was knowledgeable, and her realm was also here. She had interacted with the 10,000 Buddhas Imperial for hundreds of years. She also had a deep understanding of Buddhism. To be able to string these strange things together, the hidden things in it were shocking. That scripture master was pregnant, this could not be hidden from others. But what she did not expect was that this sister-in-law was so cruel to use the child in her womb as the starting point of her own nirvana rebirth in the Prajna world. This already had a hint of the devil's path. If it wasn't for that One Ear's outburst, she would not have thought that the child in this sister-in-law's womb had such a wonderful use. It was really unimaginable, a legend for thousands of years. One Ear's final victory was obviously made use of this point. The specifics of how it did it was related to the secrets of the sword vein, so it was not important. What was important was that One Ear's last sentence, "If I want to go out, even my mother can't stop me." At that time, she only thought of this sentence as the rude words of a rude person without a trace of self-cultivation, which was just in line with this guy's habit of having a foul mouth. But now that she thought about it, these were not rude words, but simply reminding the scripture master, every life, even if it was an embryo, had the right to bathe in the sun. Even a mother had no right to stop it. Obviously, the scripture master finally understood this truth after the Prajna world was broken. Or, it was because of the Prajna world that she was freed from such a Buddhist barrier. In this sense, One Ear was a great kindness to her. Without this change in the chess game, if such a Prajna world continued, she would fall into the devil's path sooner or later. Not to mention the upper bodhisattva, even the current arhat status might not be preserved. Therefore, to thank her for her kindness, she asked for a name. This meant that in the cultivation world, they would never be enemies with her. Ka was very smart, so she quickly figured out all of this. But she also knew that wisdom after the event could not be compared with intuition in battle. Until now, under the convergence of many clues, she finally understood all of this. But that One Ear, in the fierce battle scene, had considered all of this in a short period of time. Not only did he win the victory for Xiao Yao, but he also turned the enemy into a grateful person. This kind of mentality was really terrifying, making people shudder. Every time she thought of this guy's naive and childish face, hiding such a vicious heart under his shameless appearance, she felt a lingering fear. Unfortunately, it was not good to tell others. She began to hesitate. Was it really good to push such a person to the position of Xiaoyao mask? Would there be any hidden evil intentions? Would there be any ulterior motives? Would there be any other intentions? She decided that before making a decision, she would do her best to thoroughly investigate the origin of this person and how he entered the mountain gate. If his origin was unknown, she would definitely dare to ask for a judge to nip this disaster in the bud. If there was no problem, the mountain gate needed such a powerful mask. Even if she had to sacrifice her little face, she would fight for the treatment he deserved. While her thoughts were running wild, that person came to her side, smiling mischievously. "Senior sister, why are you in a daze? I just heard that senior sister is very good at taking care of babies. Could it be that senior sister has experience in this area?" Chapter 823. All of Ka's thoughts and reason flew away in an instant. The only thing she was thinking about now was how to teach this guy a lesson. Next, They were nervous and busy. Because they won the chess game, Xiaoyaro Yu regained the territory they had lost 100 years ago under the rule of Blood Sect. This was a glorious victory, but it was more troublesome. They could use force to subdue the 1,000 Buddha monks, but they couldn't use force to forcefully change the beliefs of mortals. This was a task that required time, patience, and strategy. In fact, it wasn't suitable for most of them. They were all sent by Xiaoyaro Yu to fight. Now that the fight was over and everything went smoothly, of course, they had to change a group of preachers. A month later, another group of Xiaoyaro cultivators arrived at Shagar. There were a total of 6 of them. They replaced Fan Tong, Zhuo Li, and Ka Wa. Ji Yu Huai and the other 3 who refused to participate in the chess game were ordered to stay in Shagar to help preach in the newly regained territory. On the surface, they needed the help of the old people who were familiar with the local situation, but in fact, it was a punishment. Ji Yu Huai and the other 3 had nothing to say. Although their judgment was very accurate, their eyes only saw the outside, but they didn't see that there were actually freaks on the inside. After staying in Shagar for nearly 10 years, Lu Xiaoyi returned to Xiaoyaro Mountain. He would wait for Ka was promised to him in cultivation. In his opinion, it shouldn't be difficult to send a task related to the 7-colored little continent, but the Xiaoyaro mask was a bit of a stretch. His current status was not at that level, and it had nothing to do with pure strength. After Ka Wa and the other 2 reported the changes in Shagar to the sect, she began her journey to find the truth alone. She only had one goal: to find the mastermind behind the Xiaoyaro Yu. Generally, a search like this would not yield any results, because the negotiations between cultivators were often superficial. No one would leave behind any conclusive evidence, and there would not even be any obvious excuses. There was a kind of communication between cultivators called tacit understanding. There was also a kind of communication between superiors and subordinates called flattery. In this way, there were no traces left. However, this was only true for ordinary cultivators. To the cultivator clans within the sect, if they were willing to pay any price, there was nothing they couldn't find out. Ka Wa has a good mother, a senior Yuanying spiritual master, who is second to none in the carefree travel. With such expertise, she is destined to have a wide network of people. Who doesn't have a few great medicines with them when they go out? Ka Wa was her only daughter. Although she was not completely obedient, she was also very devoted. Since young, Ka Wa had always been strong and indifferent. She rarely asked for help from others, even if it was her own mother. Therefore, when she asked this time, it was not a difficult matter. However, she did not reject the background of a new disciple. Several days later, Ka Wa came to her mother's alchemy room and waited for the final news. Her mother ignored her and busied herself with the medicine in her hands. After a long time, she said, how old are you? Ka Wa didn't understand. Mother, I'm 450 years old this year. Why do you suddenly ask this? His mother sighed. I only had you when I was your age. For us cultivators, how lucky. Although cultivators shouldn't think about their families, they're women after all. Some things can't be avoided. On the path of cultivation, 2 people helping each other is always better than 1 person. You haven't found anyone pleasing to your eyes all these years. There are many cultivators with potential that you've missed in vain. If you're any later, the higher you go, the fewer choices you have. Ka Wa finally understood her mother's intention and hurriedly explained, it's not like that. This person is vulgar and rude. He has a foul mouth and a black heart. He has a honeyed mouth and a sword in his heart. I don't like him. It's related to the safety of the sect. I feel uneasy, so I asked you to inquire about it. Everything is for the public, absolutely without personal feelings. However, her mother was an experienced person and was not confused by her explanation. Too many experiences had allowed her to see through the world of mortals. How many enemies had fought and ended up in bed? Including herself. But because she had seen too many, she would never urge her with words. It was better to be natural, so she returned to the main topic. That single ear you're talking about cost my boss a favor. I didn't expect that a small Jindan would involve so many expert. Ka opened her eyes wide, very complicated. A big conspiracy. Her mother knocked her head lovingly. You are so young, but you think so much. What big conspiracy can a small Jindan have? You don't have to scare yourself. I mean, his origin may be very high. I asked Immortal Mo, who is in charge of the external disciples, for help. He didn't know at all, so he pushed me to Immortal Ku. Immortal Ku didn't understand either, so he asked me to find Immortal Tien, who had retired. Immortal Tien was straightforward and directly threw the responsibility to his master, Immortal Day. I braced myself to meet Immortal Day, but was sent to Immortal Mo Wen. In the end, Immortal Mo Wen pointed up and chased me out, saying that I was worrying too much. Little girl, all the favors I've accumulated over the years have been used up in just one round. If it wasn't for the fact that it may be related to your personal affairs, I would also want to get to the bottom of it. I wouldn't have spent so much effort. Ka was very surprised. Immortal Day was a yin soul immortal, and Immortal Mo Wen was a primordial soul immortal. If Mo Wen pointed up, needless to say, it must be the elusive yang soul immortal of the Xiaoyao Mountain Sec. This was already the top level of the Juzian upper realm, and there was no other possibility. As far as she knew, there were no more than 5 yang soul immortals, even for a sect as strong as the Xiaoyao Mountain Sect. Mother, which old ancestor is it? Her mother smiled bitterly. You ask me, but who should I ask? I have practiced for nearly 1,000 years, and I have never seen a single old ancestor. I can't even touch the door. Do you think I can meet one just because I want to? Ka smiled. She was making things difficult for her mother. 5 old ancestors, which one is it? Their whereabouts are unknown, and we don't even know who is and who is not. Forget it, mother. Do you mean that this ear is probably fine? Her mother nodded at her. Speak properly. What ear? It's too unpleasant to hear. The ability of the yang soul old ancestor is not something we can speculate about. The world is so big. What can a small Jindan hide from them? Since it was recommended by the old ancestor, whether it was intentional or not, it can't be wrong in nature. I also know about the changes that happened in Shajia. To be able to kill Longhu and retreat from the preaching of scriptures, only someone with such ability would be able to catch the old ancestor's eye, right? So, don't think too much about it. Why don't you bring him here one day? I'll check him out for you and see if this person has any tricks up his sleeve. Is he thinking of abducting my good daughter? Chapter 824. Lu Xiaoyi had been happy in the carefree mountain for a year. Unlike before when he was alone, he had at least a few friends now. For example, Fan Tong, Zhuo Li, Jiao Hua, and the others who had gone through life and death with him in Shajia. With their introductions, it was much easier for him to integrate into the sect. Others no longer treated him as a new gold core disciple, but as a proper carefree mountain disciple. All of this was earned with his strength. He couldn't interfere with the struggle of the upper echelons, and he couldn't even participate. He could only passively wait. Until a year later, Ka found him. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi sweating profusely after swinging his sword in the morning, and his upper body naked, she frowned. Do you have to use this method to practice your sword? What's the difference between cultivation and martial arts in the mortal world? Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, I like the feeling of sweating, as long as I can kill people, bathe, change clothes. I'll take you to a place. Ka waited in boredom, and found that this guy's bathing was really like jumping into a mountain spring. He even played the role of a soap opera. Wasn't the so-called bathing of cultivators a simple self-cleaning technique? How could it be so troublesome? If their habits were the same as those of mortals, then what was the point of cultivation? But she wasn't a shallow person. She thought that this might be a way to maintain a normal state of mind. When the two of them flew out one after another, she praised him, which was rare. It's really not easy for junior brother to maintain a normal state of mind. Lu Xiaoyi knew what she was talking about. Senior sister, you think too much. It's just that I'm not good at spells, especially this kind of water spell that requires fine control. It needs to be cleaned, removed dirt, and rubbed mud. It's not easy to control where the hair roots are hidden. Ka was completely familiar with his crazy words. She knew that the best way to deal with it was to let it go in one ear and out the other. She couldn't take it seriously, or else it would never end until she couldn't control her emotions anymore. Their destination was the Great Freedom Hall, but before they arrived, Ka was stopped on a mountain peak. One ear. I have a question that you need to answer honestly. Otherwise, I won't do my best to help you this time, Lu Xiaoyi helplessly said. Senior apprentice sister, aren't you breaking the contract midway? It was damaging to his Dao heart. Ask away, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to answer you. Ka was very serious. Who introduced you to Xiao Yaroyu? Let me tell you, this is very important. It's related to whether or not you can obtain the carefree mask. Lu Xiaoyi's face was bitter. Hey, if I could answer this question, I wouldn't need to ask you for help. Someone else would take care of it for me. It's precisely because I can't say it that I'm begging you, senior sister, okay? Ka knows very well that he must have been warned by the referees to not expose the referee's identity. This is very common in the world of cultivation. Most great cultivators are good at this kind of thing to avoid getting involved in things that are not karma. However, just because he can't say it doesn't mean that she can't ask. There are 3 springs next to Xiao Yaro Yuhua Pond. One is Taiyin Spring, one is Yuanhui Spring, and one is Sanyang Spring. Which one do you prefer? Lu Xiaoyi thought for a moment. Taiyin is clear and sweet, and Yuanhui has undercurrents. I like them all very much. Ka smiled like a flower. This is the answer. Only mentioning Taiyin and Yuanhui but not Sanyang meant that the yin spirit and primordial spirit could be revealed, but the yang spirit couldn't be revealed. In other words, the default referees were yang spirit supremes. This was a way for cultivators to avoid risks. It sounded ridiculous, but it was an indispensable part. Sanyang spring gushes during the day, calm at night, cool at summer solstice, warm in winter, and separated by rain. Which scene does junior apprentice brother like? There were 5 young spirit supremes in Xiao Yaroyu, namely Bai Mai, Yong Yi, Xia Zi, Dong Ji, Yuyan, and Ka Wa. Lu Xiaoyi turned around and left. Senior apprentice sister, don't say any more. I don't want your help, okay? Ka Wa pursed her lips and counted in her heart. Sure enough, when she counted to 3, the one ear stopped. Senior apprentice sister, why aren't you stopping me? Ka Wa snorted. Why would I stop you? If you give up on your own initiative, I'll save myself some effort. Lu Xiaoyi spat back. Senior apprentice sister, can't you just give me a straightforward answer? I'm a straightforward person. If I succeed, I'll do it. If I don't, I'll think of another way. Ka Wa said bluntly, the mission to Rainbow Colors can be done anytime, anywhere. But this time, we're going to Great Freedom Hall to discuss whether you can get Xiao Yaro mask. I've already done my best, including Fan Tong and Zhuo Li, but in the end, we can only advise our elders behind their backs, not make the final decision. This time, it's a few enlightened masters from Great Freedom Hall who want to meet you. As for the final decision, even I don't know. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. The mission to Rainbow Colors is my wish, you know that. But whether I can become Xiao Yaro mask or not isn't important. Hihi, at worst, I'll just wear a mask myself. Can't the sect allow it? Ka Wa reprimanded, you really don't know any rules. You actually dare to treat the sect's rules as a joke. When Xiao Yaro mask goes out, not only does he have the glory and authority to lead Jindan cultivators, he also has the responsibility. Most importantly, he could be the target of other orthodoxies. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care at all. The thing I'm least afraid of is being attacked. Ka Wa was speechless. That's right. Other people might get into trouble if they put on a mask, and be beaten back to their original form. But this person wouldn't, because he was a vicious person who could push a preacher to the ground. As they got closer and closer to Great Freedom Hall, Ka Wa reminded him, one ear. Your problem is that your strength is more than enough to be Xiao Yaro mask, and you also have battle records. But what you lack is connections, background, and the recognition of other Jindan cultivators. And all of these require a lot of time, Not even 100 years. This is why I've been asking you who recommended you. In Xiao Yarrow travel, if an external disciple is recommended by a true monarch, everyone will give you some face and won't deliberately alienate you. They'll treat you as one of their own. If you're recommended by a sun god ancestor, what's a mask worth? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. After going around in circles, it turns out that I still have to rely on the back door. Ka sneered. It's like this in the mortal world, and it's the same in the cultivation world. Everywhere pays attention to this. It's not just my Xiao Yarrow family. What's so strange about it? The two of them arrived at Great Freedom Hall. Ka waited outside, and Lu Xiaoyi entered alone. He had only been to this place once when he was a new disciple, and it was a side hall. It was a bit like Xuanyuan's Thunder Hall or Soaring Heaven Pavilion. It was the highest decision-making body for all matters of the domain. Lu Xiaoyi found it funny that 5 perfected masters were sitting in the hall. Wasn't this a bit too grand? Wasn't it just a matter of a sentence whether one could wear the Xiao Yarrow mask or not? Was there a need to make it look like a joint hearing? What he didn't know was that deciding whether a Jindan cultivator was qualified to wear a mask was really not very important to a more casual orthodoxy like the Xiao Yarrow travel. It was far less formal than the preachers, tattoos, and imperial crowns of other sects. Generally, it was a perfected master's suggestion, and the other perfected masters of Great Freedom Hall just had to agree. Chapter 825. But this one was a little different. It wasn't his strength or battle record. These things were nothing in the eyes of the Yuanying Daoist master. What they were curious about was that a Jindan who could obtain the favor of the sun god ancestor had personally brought him into the sect. What kind of person was he? Watching the show turned into a small evaluation meeting. But in fact, there was nothing to evaluate because this little guy's resume was not complicated. He had joined the Carefree Travel Society decades ago and then went to the Yellow Court continent to be a bandit. He might have killed the Yuanying Daoist master. Then there was Red Hill, but the record was that he had killed at least 10 Jindan in the Red Hill Cloud Sea. Then there was Shajia Little Lu. He had killed a dragon tiger Arhat and defeated a sutra preacher. With his own strength, he had reversed the unfavorable situation of the 10,000 Buddhas. It had to be said that his strength was very strong. No wonder he was chosen by the ancestor. Who recommended you? A Daoist master asked casually. It was a Daoist master, but he didn't allow me to use his name. Lu Xiaoyi told the truth. Have you learned the free and unfettered fundamental law? Another Daoist master asked. No, I don't have the qualifications. I still need time to gain experience. Have you returned to the 7 colors after entering? The third Daoist master asked. No, but I really want to go back and take a look. Just take a look. Why do you want to wear a mask? This was a Daoist master with a solemn face. I have the heart to show off. I don't want to wear brocade clothes. Have you ever had a Daoist companion? The last Daoist master asked an unrelated question. This, I have also privately pledged to marry. As far as I know, you don't have a Daoist companion in the 7 colors. This is my personal matter. Please forgive me for not answering. It was a very simple question, but it made Lu Xiaoyi scratch his head. Especially the last question. It seemed ordinary, but in fact, it directly hit his vital point. Because he wasn't familiar with the life of this 7 colors swordsman, he could only guess. He couldn't say no, because there might be. He couldn't say yes, because there might not be. Therefore, privately pledging to marry was probably the best answer. Then, he would refuse with privacy. This was actually in line with his real Daoist companion situation. Whether it was Han Yang or Xia Bingji, they were both in this situation. The dignified immortal obviously had the right to decide on the matter of mask. The carefree mask isn't just about glory, it also means that you have to pay a price and risk. You can't refuse more missions. You have to bear the most difficult responsibility. So, are you still willing to wear a mask for Xiao Yarrow? Lu Xiaoyi said without hesitation, yes. For Xiao Yarrow? The enlightened master pursued relentlessly. No, for myself. I'm a swordsman. To me, danger is an opportunity. Without the tempering of life and death, the path of a swordsman would not be long. Of course, I'm willing to do something for Xiao Yarou during this process, just like in Shaka. The 5 spiritual masters no longer paid any attention to him. It was obvious that they were communicating with each other through divine consciousness. You're quite honest. It's understandable that you want to go back to your hometown. We're not unreasonable people. None of us had expected that the 10,000 Buddhas would send out a sutra preacher in the Battle of Sogora. For him to be defeated, there's no problem with his strength. Traveling by day in brocade clothes can also set an example for the other little lands. My carefree travel doesn't have to fade into the crowd. As long as you work hard, my carefree travel won't hesitate to give you a chance to improve. This person isn't honest. What private vow? He doesn't have any Kuan cultivators in the 7 colors continent. He's just an ascetic cultivator who wholeheartedly focuses on the path of the sword. But in the yellow court continent, he hooked up with 2 yellow court Kuan cultivators. It's unclear. What private matter? I think there's a problem here. An enlightened master smiled bitterly. Senior apprentice Sister Jo, we're in the Great Repose Hall. Let's not involve our own family matters, okay? That girl of yours has always had her own ideas. She might not appreciate your kindness. The dignified immortal sighed. These guys talked for a long time without mentioning the most important thing. This was a cultivator introduced by the sun god ancestor. Of course, they had to give him face. This was the reason why they were all speaking well of him, right? He was actually the same as well. Everything needs to have a beginning. Letting the new Jindan become a mask is also in line with my carefree travels principle of educating without discrimination. It can set an example and put an end to the increasingly fierce factional disputes in the sect. In the end, he's just a Jindan. If he doesn't do anything, how much trouble can he cause? He can't even leave the domain. My opinion is to give him the right to be a carefree mask. There's only one condition. For the time being, don't give him the right to mobilize the carefree Jindan group until he proves himself. After all, what we see now is only his personal strength. This is different from team operations. What do you all think? Everyone agreed. This was a very thorough decision. Not only did it compensate this person for his meritorious service, but it also wouldn't cause him to make a big fuss. The key was that everyone was very devoted to the ancestors' people. That was the sun god. Even if they died, the sun god wouldn't die. Lu Xiaoyi smoothly obtained his mask. It wasn't a piece of paper, a piece of skin, or a mask like he had imagined. It was more like a piece of plasticine the size of a soybean. Ka reminded him from the side, don't underestimate it. The carefree mask is the top item in my carefree travels Jindan. It has endless uses. You need to spend some time familiarizing yourself with it. The most important thing is that the mask can't be placed in a storage ring, nor can it be placed in a cultivator's body. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Where do the cultivators who get this stuff put it? Ka thought for a moment. Usually, it's placed on the tip of the nose. In any case, this thing is also soft, so it's very convenient to use. It's best not to leave the mask, so it saves time. Lu Xiaoyi didn't like this method. He rolled the small piece of plasticine into a ball and stuffed it into his nostrils like booger. Ka turned her head, one ear. You're so disgusting. Lu Xiaoyi laughed mischievously. This senior sister was not bad. She was loyal enough to do what she said. Senior sister, the most important problem has already been solved. Why is it so easy to delay again and again? I don't think the sect's missions have anything to do with the 7-colored continent. Ka glared at him. Are you stupid? The matter of returning to your hometown isn't urgent. If you go later, the 7-colored continent won't disappear. In another 3 months, it will be the decennial opening of the Sparrow Palace's space. It's also the most important time for us Jindan cultivators to train our Sea of Consciousness. If we miss this opportunity, we can only wait for another 10 years. You didn't have the right to enter before, but now that you're the carefree mask, of course you have the right to enter. Why should you miss it? I saw that your flying sword came out from your brain palace. So the Sparrow Palace's space is just right for you. For an opportunity like this, the earlier you enter, the better. Of course, if you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll arrange your mission now. Lu Xiaoyi solemnly clasped his hands. My parents gave birth to me. Chapter 8:26. As for the Sparrow Palace, Lu Xiaoyi had a plan, but his plan depended on his position in the carefree travel. The carefree mask was the most likely position he could obtain for himself, even if it meant taking some risks. Firstly, it depended on his strength, and secondly, it depended on the white-browed old man. The Sparrow Palace was a way for cultivators to use their mental strength. It was not a mental attack, but focused on the construction of one's mental world. It was a type of inner secret. Every orthodoxy with a long history had its own unique method in this aspect. This was because the effect of mental energy in the later stage of a cultivator was unparalleled. Its importance was even above that of mana. Cultivation and mana were only a platform. It determined the lower limit, but mental energy determined the upper limit of a cultivator. The Shenyuan sword school also had its own unique application of mental strength. Its core was the sword vein, which closely revolved around the application of the sword pill. This was also the tradition of the sword vein. They pursued practicality too much, completely focusing on how to make the flying sword sharper. This could indeed achieve amazing results in battle, but it was slightly monotonous. Of course, the Dharma vein also had its own things to nurture, such as the natal spiritual weapon. If a swordsman could nurture the sword pill in his Niwan palace, there was no reason that the Dharma vein, which was more proficient in mental strength, could not do so. The Sparrow Palace was the place where the carefree travel cultivators nurtured their natal spiritual weapons. Of course, it was not limited to spiritual weapons. Among the 9 great inheritances of the Juzian upper realm, each had its own unique advantages. Wanyan Creation's advantage was in the communication and coordination with nature. Qing Wei Immortal School's strength was in the uniqueness of the forbidden spell. Huangting Taoism was good at internal secret operations. Taixien Middle Yellow Refinement used the body as medicine. Yuansha Cave focused on mysteries. Human Sect focused on simple and unadorned pores. The carefree travel was good at mental strength. The Sparrow Palace was the pinnacle of mental strength, but there was a prerequisite. First, one had to cultivate a unique mental strength through the 3 basic techniques of the carefree travel. Then, there was the space of the Sparrow Palace. Just like the small world of the sword tomb in Shenyuan, without it, there would be no sword pill. Similarly, in the carefree travel, without the space of the Sparrow Palace, the cultivator would not be able to form the Sparrow Palace in the sea of consciousness. He valued this point because he was not a pure inner swordsman. What he had was a sword disc, not a sword pellet. This was not a small difference. From a certain perspective, the difference was huge, and it was fundamental. Therefore, Xuanyuan's inner sword spiritual cultivation technique might not be suitable for him. With his personality, even if he was an authentic internal sword, he would not give up on accepting other systems. In his bones, there was a revolutionary ideology. He had always felt that no one understood the sword better than him, including the sword itself. The space of the Sparrow Palace was a special spiritual construct. It was opened once every 10 years to recover the spiritual energy that had been extracted by the cultivators. The number of people allowed to enter the space of the Sparrow Palace was not unlimited. The maximum number of people allowed to enter the space of the Sparrow Palace was 36. For the carefree wanderers who had thousands of Jindan, the competition was very fierce. With Lu Xiaoyi's qualifications, if he did not make a great contribution in Shajia and did not pull the banner of a tiger, he might not have this kind of opportunity in the entire Jindan period. After all, just by comparing the numbers, more than half of the carefree wanderers would not be able to enter the Sparrow Palace in their entire life. This was also a way for the sects to control their disciples' pursuit of progress. If something was too cheap or too abundant, it would not attract the cultivators' pursuit. It would also lose the atmosphere of competition, which was detrimental to the cultivators' growth. The 36 cultivators were sitting around a stone pagoda. The pagoda was called trance. Every 10 years, a great cultivator of the sect would place the space of the sparrow god at the top of the pagoda, and the cultivator's divine souls would enter. Yes, it was not the physical body that entered. The physical body would remain outside the space, but the spiritual consciousness would enter. Among the countless similar trial spaces, it could be considered a rather unique type. When the space of the Sparrow Palace was opened, Lu Xiaoyi felt that there was a faint spiritual passage at the top of the stone pagoda. This required the cultivator's spiritual energy to reach a certain level to be able to clearly sense it and smoothly pass their spiritual consciousness into the space. Just this alone was enough to stop a lot of cultivators who were unable to improve their spiritual energy. He started cultivating his spiritual energy when he was still in the foundation establishment stage. Until now, it had been almost 400 years. This was also very rare among the Jindan cultivators. Although the spiritual energy training method was not too formal and was not compatible with the fundamental techniques of the carefree wanderers, the level of his spiritual energy was still there. This could not be faked. Smoothly passing his spiritual consciousness into the space of the sparrow god was like throwing a few years old child onto the beach. Playing with sand was his instinct. The child was illusory, and his spiritual energy was his hands and feet. The strength of his spiritual energy depended on the level of his spiritual energy. If his spiritual energy was strong, he would be able to move more sand in one go. If his spiritual energy was weak, he would be able to move less sand. Let's see who could build their own spiritual palace in a certain amount of time. Regarding the use of spiritual energy, regardless of the orthodoxy, in the end, all roads lead to the same destination. Lu Xiaoyi did not have the delicate control of spiritual energy like the three fundamental techniques of the carefree wanderers. However, he had Xuanyuan's internal sword and had many experiences of building the Bolang slope. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with it, but he was slower than the others. His advantage was that he was familiar with it, and his goal was clear. He had never thought that he would create such a novel thing here. The blueprint was the Bolang slope, and the goal was to have a place to train the sword spirit. This was the simple way of thinking of a swordsman. He did not change the spiritual cultivation method of the internal sword because he wanted to abandon it. He also did not absorb the spiritual cultivation method of the carefree wanderers because he wanted to become a spiritual cultivator. He only wanted to use the strengths of the two schools to find the most suitable method for his own sword plate. This was something that could not be helped, because the internal system of his swordsmanship was also something that he had created himself. There was no other method that could match it. The child on the beach was holding sand, gathering sand, and piling up sand with great difficulty. This sand was not the mystical pure sand when he first built the Bolang slope, nor was it the sword box of the Wei Sword Mountain later on. These were all tangible objects. The space of the carefree wanderer's Sparrow Palace was magical in that it could transform the invisible spiritual energy into tangible objects. It was convenient for the cultivator to directly understand and build it. After the construction was completed, the cultivator would move it back to the sea of consciousness in his body. Without the interference of external objects, this was purely one's own mental strength. As the cultivator's mental strength, cultivation level, realm, and understanding of the Tao improved, the entire Sparrow Palace would be able to connect seamlessly and improve as well. It did not need to be like the Bolang slope in the sword box. When the realm increased and the sword spirit grew, he had to find another external object and reconstruct it. Not only was it tiring, but it also fell behind because of the addition of external objects. A three-dimensional prototype of the Bolang slope gradually became clear in the child's hands. During the process, due to the lack of experience, there were often signs of collapse, instability, and even being washed away by the waves. He knew that this was normal, and he needed to accumulate experience. Chapter 8:27. With the accumulation of experience, Lu Xiaoyi gradually understood the essence of sand accumulation. This was due to his early research on the carefree Sparrow Palace's method, as well as his hundreds of years of experience in constructing the Bolang slope. After putting it into practice here, he developed his own set of methods. The reason why it was called the Sparrow Palace was not without reason. It was because when the spiritual model was constructed in the spiritual world, the form of a sparrow was the most resistant to impact. In the space of the Sparrow Palace, this kind of impact was achieved in the form of waves crashing. If it truly existed in the mind of a cultivator, it would be the impact of the opponent's spiritual realm during a battle. The head of the sparrow was shaped like a wedge, splitting the incoming impact. The two wings bore the main pressure of the impact. The tip of the tail maintained the stability of the Sparrow Palace during the impact. This was the shape that the Carefree sect had determined after countless attempts by countless cultivators for hundreds of thousands of years. Lu Xiaoyi also did not want to change it. This was not the time for jokes. He had to make the Tiger King octagon shape to disgust himself. When everything was settled, a large bird-shaped bow-lang slope began to take shape on the beach. Under the unceasing impact of the waves, it was as stable as a boulder. Thus, an even more detailed internal construction began. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know much about the forms of birds. His interest wasn't in this area. If he had to find a form that left the deepest impression on him, it would be none other than the graceful bird he saw in the mysterious space of the Peacock Palace. His impression of its body seemed eternal as it flapped its wings. As for what kind of bird it was, what kind of sparrow it was not important to him. He had been cooped up in the space of the peacock plume for no less than 50 years. He was familiar with every feather of that graceful bird and every muscle hidden under the feathers. Thus, he drew the outline according to the gourd drawing a ladle. Right now, the outline was perfect and lifelike, except for the expression in the eyes that could not be replicated. What Lu Xiaoyi didn't know was that his construction outline was the most complicated among all the cultivators present. Although the other free cultivators also used the shape of a bird, most of them were based on the most standardized pattern passed down by their sects for hundreds of thousands of years. This was because such a pattern was the easiest to build the Sparrow Palace. It was the most economical, the most fitting, and the most time-efficient. However, while they had built Xiao Yaro's standard sparrow, Lu Xiaoyi's was a custom-made sparrow. It was more complicated and detailed. He knew that as long as he entered this place, as long as his spirit didn't wither, he wouldn't be chased out. Therefore, he used it to his heart's content. Even the feathers under the big bird's neck, the crown, and the shape of each feather were all perfect. He was a clumsy painter, but replicating it wasn't a problem. Time slowly passed by while he was nitpicking. Slowly, there were cultivators who left after completing their work. There were also cultivators who regretfully failed due to their weak spirit. He went from being the last group of people to being the last few. Lu Xiaoyi felt that his eyes were a little big and his stomach small. When he tried his best to complete the outline of this big bird, he originally thought that he had enough spirit to use, but the more detailed the parts, the more the spirit was consumed. If he were to draw the final finishing touch, he was afraid that he would need a terrifying consumption. Even if he was full of spirit, he wouldn't be able to bear it. But at the same time, as the big bird's general outline was completed, he was surprised to find that from the big bird itself, there was a faint feedback of spirit power that reached a wonderful balance. Would everyone be like this? He wasn't sure. If he continued, although the consumption would become greater and greater, the compensation from the big bird would also become stronger and stronger. It seemed like he could still maintain it. But whether he could maintain it until the final moment, until the crucial point of finishing touch, was completely hard to say. Right now, he needed to make a decision. Should he end it hastily while he still had some spirit power, or should he continue to sculpt it? If he ended it hastily, the Sparrow Palace could still be used. It was just that it was a little perfunctory and might not achieve his goal. If he took a gamble and bet that the big bird would be able to help him at the final finishing touch, he might get a perfect and unique Sparrow Palace. The risk was that he might fail at the last moment. In an instant, he made a decision. It seemed like this wasn't a special decision for a swordsman. Swordsmen, after all, had a strong desire to gamble. Outside the stone tower, Ka was silently stood outside. She looked at the cultivators who had finished condensing the fastest. Some of them were happy, while others were depressed. Only a few days had passed. According to the history of the Sparrow Palace, it was basically possible to complete it within 5 days. Those who couldn't complete it would be considered a failure. The spirit power of a cultivator wasn't enough to stay in the Sparrow Palace for too long. However, that fellow didn't come out. With her limited understanding of that fellow, if he wasn't the first to come out, he would definitely be the last to come out. She had entered the Sparrow Palace before and spent 4 days. For a cultivator like her who had a certain level of strength and abundant resources, as well as her mother's advice, it was very difficult for her to fail in condensing the Sparrow Palace. However, for cultivators who didn't have the same conditions as her, there was a 30% chance that they would fail. If she could pass through the Sparrow Palace so easily, that fellow couldn't pass through it, right? Kaewa didn't know why she had to wait here. In fact, this had nothing to do with her. It was a kind of feeling, a kind of uneasy feeling. She didn't mean what her mother said. Cultivation was her only path. She also didn't think that it was necessary to have a daoist companion on the path of cultivation. There were people who helped each other, but there were also people who hurt each other. Why should she add such a shackle to herself? She felt a little uneasy in her heart. This was a kind of intuition. In her heart, she had always admired and doubted this one ear. This person's current status wasn't lacking in her promotion. She didn't know whether she was doing the right thing or not. This one ear always made people unable to see through him. It was as if there was a layer between them. There was a layer of inexplicable things that separated them from one of their own. However, she couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Therefore, she had to keep an eye on him. This time, the opening of the Sparrow Palace was full of strangeness. Overall, the time that the cultivators used was longer than usual. Now, half a month had already passed, and there were still 5 cultivators inside. They didn't fail because they didn't have enough spiritual energy, and they didn't take the initiative to leave after they succeeded. What were they dawdling for? It seemed that when this fellow participated, there was always something strange about it. Half a month later, the Sparrow Palace's space on the stone pagoda closed. The last 5 cultivators recovered from their mental wanderings. Kaewa carefully observed them, but didn't seem to see anything special. Everyone revealed an exhausted expression because their spiritual energy was overdrawn. Kaewa was careful and didn't directly ask that fellow. Instead, she pulled a close sister. She was also one of the last 5 people in the Sparrow Palace's space. Little Wan, what happened inside? Why did you come out so late? That woman was also very gloomy. I don't know either. It's baffling. It seems like there was no more sand at the end of the condensation. Originally, the key was to gather sand, but in the end, it became to find sand. So where did all the sand go? Could it be that the Sparrow Palace's 10 years of storage wasn't full this time? Chapter 828. Lu Xiaoyi had gained a lot this time. This time, he did it unintentionally and casually. He didn't know the meaning behind it. He only felt that it was very elegant and very classy. However, it brought him a very unexpected change. The most direct change was that the moment his spirit left the space of the Sparrow Palace, the big bird flew back to the sea of consciousness in his body. A strange change occurred. The big bird in the sea of consciousness and the ball of luck that had been entrenched in his mind for a long time uncontrollably merged into one. The result was that in the boundless sea of consciousness, there was only a big colorful bird left. The shape of the Sparrow Palace and the color of the ball of luck combined into a lifelike and dazzling unknown big bird. Arrogant, cold, elegant, as if it was the only one in the world. Are you okay? Why do you look a little distracted? Kaewa looked at him curiously. Unfortunately, she couldn't see through the abnormality in his mind. Lu Xiaoyi came back to his senses. I'm fine. This bird is making it very hard for me. Kaewa looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that you were delayed for so long because you couldn't move the sand in the end? Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Yes, I could only rely on snatching. Fortunately, I was quick. Kaewa pursed her lips. Snatching, isn't that your old profession? Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. In the final stage, he did start to move the sand in the surroundings and even the entire space of the Sparrow Palace. However, this process was a little involuntary. If he didn't snatch, he wouldn't be able to complete the final outline. With the help of the big bird, his spirit power wreaked havoc in the entire space of the Sparrow Palace. He moved 90% of the sand and the rest were divided among the few people. This kind of thing was not good to say. It would seem like he was eating alone, and he was indeed eating alone. Next, I will soon ask a perfected person to issue a mission related to the 7 colors. After that, you and I don't owe each other anything. Ka were also relaxed a little. The future was the future. At least for now, she had done what she promised. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. What's there to talk about owing each other? How can I forget senior sister's help? In the future, if senior sister wants something outside but can't get it, just tell me and I'll snatch it for you. Ka sneered. Do you think everyone is like you? If it's mine, it can't run away. If it's not mine, I won't even think about it. You don't have to thank me. As long as you sincerely stay in Xiao Yaro and do a few more things like Shaka, I will be satisfied. Lu Xiaoyi returned to his cave abode and carefully analyzed the usage of the Sparrow Palace. He drew the sword, sheathed it, and nurtured it. He was very satisfied. The Bolang slope that he had constructed in the form of a giant bird had finally become a place for him to break through. The sword spirits in the Bolang slope would directly face the growth of his cultivation and soul. There would be no more obstacles. Instead, their growth would be based on his own strength and synchronized with his growth. The sword spirits could no longer be lazy, unless they were stronger than their master. The Tao realm of the 5 elements could exist at any time in the form of a giant bird, constantly affecting the perception of the sword spirits. In time, the deeper Lu Xiaoyi's understanding of the Tao realm, the deeper the sword spirit's understanding of the Tao realm. The speed of drawing the sword was even faster. Through the frequency of the giant bird's wings, the sword disc would have a considerable speed when it rushed out of the mud ball. In addition, the flying sword was straightened, which allowed the materialized sword to achieve an almost extreme speed when it left the body. This meant that his materialized sword would give the opponent a shorter time to react. The vibrating sword disc would send out the virtual sword, and the sword light would split. He no longer needed to shake himself like a sieve. Those who understood would know that he was releasing the sword, but those who didn't would think that he was just shaking. Now that he was using the vibrating sword disc, he could completely replace the frequency of his impulsive stimulation with the giant bird's wings. These 2 methods were not on the same order of magnitude. The flapping of the wings could be unlimited, but the impulsive stimulation needed to consider many other constraints, such as the endurance of the meridians and acupoint. The giant bird could also evolve into a spiritual attack. Through the control of the Sparrow Palace, 1 or several giant bird spiritual bodies could fly out and form a spiritual shock on the enemy. Its power was extremely terrifying. This was only the magical effect that he had discovered over a month ago. There were definitely more, but he needed to slowly ponder and explore it. But he couldn't do it for the time being, because the mission that Ka promised him had already been issued. It was on the mission list of the Great Freedom Hall. Lu Xiaoyi took a look at it and was somewhat speechless. Immortal, I just want to go back and take a look. Isn't this mission a little too big? Lu Xiaoyi found Immortal Mo, who was also the immortal in charge of the new disciples. He was also one of the 5 immortals who had decided whether he was qualified to become the Carefree Mask in the Great Freedom Hall. The mission clearly stated that he needed to meet Immortal Mo, but there were some things that couldn't be stated on the mission list. When I agreed to let you wear the Carefree Mask, I told you that you couldn't choose the mission. Why are you going back on your words so quickly? Lu Xiaoyi was embarrassed. I thought that this was a special arrangement for me to return home. It's not that I'm afraid of the risk, but that this way, I'm afraid that I won't be able to watch from afar. I can only completely blend in. After hundreds of years together, even if I wear a mask, I can't fool anyone. This seems to be inconsistent with the original intention of the sect. The 7-colored mission this time was like this. There were many orthodoxies of the sword vein in the upper world of Juzian. There were more than 10 of them, big and small. However, There were only 9 branches that could establish a foothold on a continent and control a small continent. The 7-color sword sect was one of them. Among these 9 branches, there was a branch called the Yarrowing Sword Palace. Its strength was average among the 9 sword vein branches. However, the position of the Yarrowing Sword Palace in the upper world of Juzian was rather awkward. It was too close to the outer layer of the nebula. In other words, like the Sharjah Little Continent, it was fought for control by 2 upper sects. These 2 upper sects were the Bitter Zen Temple and Wanyan Creation. Unlike the 3 small sects on the Sharjah Little Continent, there was only one local sect on the Yarrowing Little Continent, and that was the Yarrowing Sword Palace. This was also a major characteristic of the sword vein. As long as they had enough strength, no matter how much they had to pay, they would definitely drive out the other forces and dominate the continent. Domination was only for the other branches. When there were 2 upper sects fighting for control, and one was Buddhism and the other was Taoism, the Yarrowing Sword sect could not fight back. The result of the fight was that Bitter Zen won and dominated the Yarrowing Sword Palace alone. Wanyan Creation quietly withdrew. This was considered normal among the 3,000 branches in Juzian. From then on, it obeyed Bitter Zen and allowed Buddhism to establish Buddhism in the Yarrowing Sword Palace, becoming the spiritual sustenance of the secular world. However, after 100 years, the Yarrowing Sword Palace felt that something was wrong. This was because the sword vein, which was a distant branch of Taoism, was naturally incompatible with Buddhism. This was because the spread of Buddhism's beliefs had already affected the foundation of the sword vein. This was because Buddhism was all-pervasive and the sword vein would rather break than bend. When the Yarrowing Sword Palace realized that their inheritance was threatened and that it was difficult for them to recruit disciples, they resolutely resisted and resorted to force. This was the cultivation world. Wang Laoji and Jiao Duobao fought and He Qijing was gone. Chapter 829. Buddhist beliefs have always been like this. Although they never reject other beliefs on the surface, in reality, they go down the path of extermination. It may seem like they're swallowing it gently, but after 100 years, other orthodoxies won't even have a place to stand. We Taoists are different. We have a sense of propriety when it comes to spreading. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. We never let the mortal believers blindly believe in us, and we even deliberately control the audience. We're afraid that in the end, everyone will be Taoists. That's not a good thing. It's easy for Taoists to forget themselves and become arrogant. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. You're right, spiritual master. This is also the reason why I did my best in Shaka. Spiritual Master Mo smiled and said, we Taoists have a common responsibility to pass down the legacy. Protect most of the small continents in the immortal Ju upper realm and ensure that they have the space to choose. They have a free sky and can breathe freely. They won't be brainwashed into some so-called Buddhist nation or benevolent land. This is the philosophy of the Daoist sect. You have to know that evil has its roots too, and it can't be washed away. A piece of land can only exist eternally when there's a balance between kindness and evil. A single act of kindness and a single act of evil can't last long. If there's really a Buddhist land, then there's only one result. They'll keep kindness to themselves, and add evil outside of the Buddhist land. This is also a kind of balance. So in the small lands of Shaking Shadow, the swordsmen can't tolerate it, and the monks still think that they're saving the poor and are merciful. Isn't that laughable? Spiritual Master Mo's words were a little boastful, but it had to be said that some of his understanding of Buddhism was accurate. Most Taoists closed their doors and comprehended on their own. They paid attention to their own integrity and looked at the world from the sidelines. Taoists preferred to form groups. If everyone worked together, it would be easy to create an atmosphere around them, and drag unrelated people down with them. It was as if those who didn't believe in Buddhism weren't kind and wouldn't have the chance to reincarnate. This was also a kind of reverse pressure. Unknowingly, it quickly grew stronger and satisfied the wishes of many people to join a certain organization. They could also obtain a consolation that they were also people with organizations. Spiritual Master is right. But this rule is unfair. Isn't it too biased towards Buddhism? If it were up to me, we should just fight. Or directly go to the heaven and earth chessboard. Rolling my eyes and glaring at him will save me a lot of trouble. Sensing that he had strayed from the topic, Daoist Mo turned back, rude. This is a typical swordsman's way of thinking. Let's not talk about why our ancestors set such a rule. Let's just talk about the fact that Wanyan's good fortune lost the wavering shadow little Lu. This is not only Wanyan's good fortune's loss, but also our Taoism's loss. Therefore, we can't let him get it for nothing. The shadow-shaking sword palace is indeed a sword vein legacy. They are courageous and courageous. The 9 sword vein of the entire Juzian upper realm are standing together. This time, they have vowed to fight for the rights of the indigenous forces in the shadow-shaking sword palace. Therefore, the 9 sword vein are preparing to gather in the shadow-shaking sword palace to seek justice. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Perfected one, I'm afraid there are also other Taoists fanning the flames, right? Otherwise, how would they dare to fight against a Buddhist sacred mountain with just their sword vein? Daoist Mo didn't shy away at all. What do you mean by fanning the flames? Putting it so harshly, they are simply standing up for justice. There's nothing strange about it. Everyone understands. It's precisely because they have the support of several Daoist sacred mountains, such as Wanyan's good fortune, Primeval Cave, Huangting Taoism, Qingwei Immortal Sect, and also our carefree travel. Therefore, Bitter Zen Temple doesn't dare to use cultivators of the perfected one and above to suppress them. Within the domain, it's just Jin Dan. This is also an old tradition. They can't say anything about it. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Buddhism was greedy, Taoism was hypocritical. Since they couldn't spread their faith, they began to use underhanded methods. This was also an old tradition. My carefree travel and Wanyan's good fortune are both Taoists. We usually have good relations and have dealings with each other. Knowing that my carefree travel's Daoist heritage is more extensive, they hope that my carefree travel can directly participate in the sword veins battle against Bitter Zen. I thought of you. I'll be honest. Originally, the mission for you to go to the 7 colors wasn't like this. It was just a symbolic mission for sightseeing. It was that girl Ka who pestered me to give it. But since it's a serious matter, of course it has to be serious. You won't have any complaints, right? Lu Xiaoyi had to act like a swordsman, so he was very straightforward. If there's a fight, I'll fight. If I can kill people, I won't have any complaint. Perfected Mo nodded in satisfaction. If this mission is done well, you can really stay in the carefree mask. I promise you. Lu Xiaoyi still had some misgivings. Perfected Mo, I know what the sect wants. They want me to return to the 7 colors sword sect, blend in, and take the opportunity to cause trouble for Bitter Zen Temple. But the sect also has its rules. For people like us who have submitted to the sect, we can't really come into contact with our original Daoist heritage for hundreds of years. This time, I'm returning mainly to see the old mountains and rivers, to reminisce. I don't dare to really come into contact with old people. But if I represent the 7 colors sword sect to go to the shaking shadow realm, with my identity, even if I wear a mask, I won't be able to hide it from people. After all, there are so many familiar senior and junior brothers. Perfected Mo waved his hand. There are priorities. People are close and distant. How can I take care of all of them? If you return to the 7 colors sword sect with this condition, it'll be flawless. No one will be able to say anything. The Buddhist sect won't be able to find evidence that my Daoist heritage has personally acted. You're the most suitable candidate. As for those so-called rules, people are alive, but rules are dead. The Great Freedom Hall has given a proper mission for the Daoist heritage. It's clear. Who can blame you? There have been similar situations in the past. Don't take it seriously. Lu Xiaoyi asked with a smile, then this disciple will take a mile when given an inch. While I'm trying my best to complete Carefree's mission, if there's a chance, I'd like to do something for the 7 colors. Can you understand? Perfected Mo laughed loudly. I understand. If you don't do this, I'll really look down on you. Thinking about old people is a good disposition. Carefree travel, will never punish you for this. Lu Xiaoyi asked again, I'm not the only one who's personally participating in the battle against the bitter Zen temple, right? The others. Perfected Mo nodded. You're very cautious. The other sects have also sent people. My carefree sect isn't the only sect with swordsmen. The other sects have some as well, but I don't know who they've sent. Which sword vein they've hidden themselves in. Just like how I won't tell them that I, carefree travel, sent you, One Ear. How do you consider that to have achieved your goal? Perfected Mo's eyes flashed fiercely. A battle is a must. Although our sects will maintain sufficient pressure, especially on other small continents that are fighting against the bitter Zen temple, we'll do our best to contain a large portion of their strength. However, the bitter Zen temple's strength cannot be underestimated. There are only 2 Buddhist sacred mountains in the Juzian upper realm. Their strength is very strong. If it were another orthodoxy, we wouldn't do this because the chances of success aren't high. However, swordsmen are more united, and their individual combat strength is also outstanding. Therefore, there's hope for a fight. The Battle of Jindan will be decided as a shaking shadow. This is everyone's consensus. Chapter 830. This mission was a little rushed, so Lu Xiaoyi didn't waste any time. However, he met senior sister Ka before he left the crack. Obviously, she was waiting for him here. This mission isn't the one I found for you. She was a little apologetic. Because of her special status, she knew a little about this matter. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, Senior sister, don't worry. It's all the same to me. If I could choose, I would rather choose this mission. The ones who should be worried are the monks. Senior sister, do you have any Buddhist items that catch your eye? Should I snatch a few for you? Or should I snatch a beautiful little monk to relieve senior sister's boredom? Ka was scolded, a dog's mouth really can't spit out ivory. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi disappear into the crack, Ka felt a sense of loss. She also wanted to go, but the sect didn't allow it. When the time came, a small battle between cultivators would break out in Shaking Shadow Little Land. Bitter Zen Temple vs Sword Vein Alliance. The various Daoist sects would strictly control their Jindan group and obtain the Buddhist sect's promise that the battle would be limited to the Jindan realm. No matter who won or lost, they would have to accept the result of this battle. In the eyes of the higher-ups, the cultivation world was a kind of art of compromise. The Buddhist sect occupied Shaking Shadow with their own abilities, while the Daoist sect wanted to cause trouble. This was the truth. Considering that the Daoist sect was strong and the Buddhist sect was weak, and considering that the Buddhist sect was in the right and the Daoist sect was in the wrong, this awkward situation was formed. The various Daoist sects could unconditionally support the Sword Vein Alliance in terms of resources, information, and transportation, but they had to be careful when it came to sending out people. Shaking Shadow Little Land was one of the countless bridgeheads that blocked the Buddhist sect's expansion, but it wasn't the only one. Regardless of whether it was the Daoist sect or the Buddhist sect, they didn't want to expand the battle for Shaking Shadow Little Land. It was a large-scale conflict led by the Yuanying and carried out by the Jindan. However, it was limited to this and didn't involve the true monarchs outside the universe. Therefore, the various Daoist sects could only send their best swordsmen, such as Single-Eared from the Free and Unfettered Tour. What made Ka depressed was that this guy would always encounter the most turbulent incidents in the domain. In other words, trouble was always following him. His life was tense and exciting, but for someone as diligent as her. Cultivators should grow in adversity. This could stimulate a person's greatest potential. But you can't look for trouble. For someone of Ka's background, even if she wanted to be in adversity, it was not an easy thing to do. In Shagar, she almost succeeded in putting herself in danger, but in the end, this guy came out. She also wanted to immerse herself in such a grand and vigorous activity, but unfortunately, others didn't bring her along to play. Wait a minute. Ka was suddenly realized something. This guy never did anything without a purpose. Why was he in such a hurry to return to the Seven Colors? Did he really miss the mountains and rivers there? She didn't believe that a murderous person who had just joined the Carefree Guild would understand the meaning of love mountains and rivers. He must have a motive. What was it? Carefully recalling this guy's tracks, and based on their interactions in the past few days, Kawa realized something. Red Mound. Chamber of Commerce. 7 colors. Kawa pursed her lips into a smile. Finally, I caught your tail. Lu Xiaoyi ran through the cracks in the space, and his heart was filled with emotions. His original purpose was not to do this. There were 2 reasons for coming to 7 colors. First, he had to come. Even if he didn't do anything and didn't come into contact with anyone, he had to make a kind of decorative disguise for his identity. He had to make some specious things to deal with any possible interrogation. For a cultivator who came from the 7 Colors Sword sect and had cultivated in the sect for hundreds of years to really be able to ignore his homeland, this was not normal. Second, Yuanying said that the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce might come to 7 colors to cause trouble. This was also his purpose. He wanted to attack these uninvited guests, and then take the opportunity to kill his way back to Red Mound. With his current strength, he didn't have to worry too much about the so-called unorthodox Yuanying. He had to find out who the one who attacked him in Yunhai was. Then, he would go to them and take back Ju City. The plan was well thought out, but once it was carried out, it immediately went awry and became embroiled in the feud between the Sword Vein and the Buddhist. He didn't dislike this, but he had to be careful. How should he handle the relationship with the 7 Colors Sword sect? Also, regarding the Red Earth Chamber of Commerce, he could only postpone it for now. As soon as he came out of the crack, 2 Jindan sword cultivators came to greet him. Right now, the 7 Colors Alliance was also a gathering place. Rogue sword cultivators from the surrounding small continents had been gathering here in an endless stream. Of course, there were also many who wanted to fish in troubled waters, so he had to be extra careful. Lu Xiaoyi didn't stop. He nodded in greeting, and the sword intent on his body expanded and retracted, indicating his purpose for coming. The 2 7 Colors swordsmen cupped their fists in return. Needless to say, there was no need to doubt their purpose for coming here at this time. They were all waiting for a group fight. The Sword Vein seemed to have an inexplicable magical power. No matter which universe or world they were in, because of the sword, their temperament was always the same. It was one of the most cohesive orthodoxies in the universe. If a big power wanted to dig at the roots of the Sword Vein, it was inevitable that help would come from all directions. Of course, there were also many big Taoist sects adding fuel to the fire. According to the overall plan, after the swordsmen near the 7 Colors Sword sect gathered, they would all take the Cloud Sea flying ship to the Yawning Shadowland. They couldn't use the crack, because the Bitter Zen Temple had already closed the crack teleportation portal to the Yawning Shadowland. Without hesitation, he went straight to the 7 Colors Mountain where the 7 Colors Sword Vein was located. The 7 Colors Mountain of the 7 Colors Sword sect in the 7 Colors Small Land. This name was very lazy. In fact, on this land, the most famous thing was the 7 Colors Mountain. Because the mountain was tall and steep, different geological and ecological environments gave the mountain different colors. The lowest part was mineral brown, the highest part was snow white, and the middle part was either lush green or red leaves. Hence, the name 7 Colors was well deserved. He needed to join the 7 Colors swordsman's team to have the qualifications to board the Cloud Sea flying ship. Otherwise, it would be too time-consuming to find it himself. At the same time, his arrival could also express the attitude of the Xiao Yarou Yu. The first time he used the mask, he felt that there was no feeling at all. It was like a layer of activated skin. He could do whatever he wanted. He made himself look like the swordsman he killed in the land of exile. To a cultivator's memory, there was no problem at all. The use of the mask was not limited to this. It could also confuse a cultivator's breath, defend against mental attacks, and even block a part of the mysterious. There was one thing that Kawa was right about. This small, inconspicuous object was the peak embodiment of the Xiao Yarou Yu's ability to make equipment. It was not only made to change the appearance. However, Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that no matter how well this thing imitated, it would never be able to replace the real one. No one was a fool. Chapter 831. Lu Xiaoyi nodded to the two Foundation Establishment swordsmen at the entrance of the seven-colored mountain. Lead the way. The Foundation Establishment disciple obviously did not recognize him as a member of the sect from decades ago. He only thought that he was another swordsman who came to help and hurriedly led the way. Lu Xiaoyi did not inquire further. It was a last-minute effort and it would not be appropriate no matter what, so it was better not to do so. Soon, they arrived in front of an unnamed hall. The Foundation Establishment cultivator respectfully said, "Marshal Uncle Huang is in charge of receiving us. Shangzhen, just go in." Lu Xiaoyi strode in. A Jindan sword cultivator in the hall revealed a look of surprise when he saw Lu Xiaoyi. He was a little suspicious, but it was also very real. He was not too sure. But Senior Marshal Brother Shan? Lu Xiaoyi sat down boldly. "That's right. How should I address you, fellow Daoist?" Junior Marshal Brother Huang was a little dumbfounded. How could this be? He had only left for less than 100 years. How could he not recognize the Senior Marshal Brother that he had spent so much time with? "I'm Huang Zhen. Senior Marshal Brother Shan doesn't remember me. Ever since Senior Marshal Brother was summoned, there has been no news of you." Later, there was news that Senior Marshal Brother had died outside, but the lantern in the mountain gate was not extinguished. Thus, I knew that Senior Marshal Brother had gone somewhere else. It was not good to ask, so I destroyed the lantern and pretended not to know. But what happened to Senior Marshal Brother? Once you return, you don't even recognize your old friends. Lu Xiaoyi was Dafar. "I'm single-eared. I'm from the seven-colored mountain. There's no mistake about this. But I don't recognize any of the people and scenery of the seven-colored mountain. I haven't lost my memories. Do you understand, Junior Marshal Brother Huang?" Junior Marshal Brother Huang did not fully understand. The only thing he could do now was to immediately inform the senior Jindan in the sect. In the seven-color sword sect, they had a supreme, but he spent most of his time roaming the universe and never meddled in the affairs of the domain. His attitude was exactly the same as the few Yuanying swordsmen in the sect. It was not that they really did not care, but their status did not allow them to meddle. If they really took action, who would be able to resist the hundreds of Buddhas and hundreds of Bodhisattvas in the Bitter Zen temple? Only people at the level of Jindan could be responsible for it. This kind of propriety was very clear to the small businesses. Not long after, 5 Jindan swordsmen arrived on their swords. Because of Junior Brother Huang's warning, they were very calm. Among them, Jindan, the leader, was very polite. "I am Gao Yang, the representative of the Sharpening Sword Hall. This is Zhong Qian, the head of the sect, Bo Lu Yuan, the guardian of the sword, Guan Mingyu, the elder, Qi Zishan. May I ask," Lu Xiaoyi still said the same thing, "it's the first time we've met." "How fortunate. I was ordered by Xiao Yarrow to help you. I only have one ear. Your junior brother only has one ear." The few Jindan men were all experienced old Dans. Once they heard his words, they understood. This was a swordsman from Xiao Yarrow Yu. He was using the name of one ear to participate in the battle. This was an old trick used by the Jindan men. It was to cover one's ears and steal a bell, for the sake of the so-called rules. Gao Yu said cautiously, "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for coming from afar. We of the 7 colors welcome you with open arms. However, there's something I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Is my junior brother doing well in Xiao Yarrow Yu?" Lu Xiaoyi evaded the question. "I am your junior brother. This is the truth. I'm not here to participate in the decision-making. I'm purely here to fight. Inform me when you board the boat. If you need me, I'll be in charge of the deployment." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for their reply. He walked out of the hall and found a random place to sit cross-legged and adjust his breathing. His behavior made the few swordsmen of the 7 colors slightly dissatisfied. However, they couldn't say anything. He was an inner sect disciple. He had high aspirations and was very arrogant. Although he didn't answer the question, it was good that he said he wouldn't interfere in the decision-making. Zhong Qian shook his head. "This is great. A master Xiao Yarrow has come. You and I have to serve him well. I wonder how junior brother One Ear is doing. Gaou sighed. This is the rule of the 9 great sects. Those who leave are like spilled water. It's also the rule that he doesn't answer. If he does, what can we do? Well, since he said so, we'll just pretend that his One Ear. Xiao Yarou Yu is very cautious. He even pretended to be One Ear. Sword Guardian Guan Mingyu was the only female cultivator among them. She had to be more careful. It might not be on purpose. Maybe this person is Xiao Yarou Yu. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Elder Qi Zishan laughed and said, I was wondering why Xiao Yarou Yu was so stingy this time. They have a few sword cultivators under them, but they only sent one person over for this occasion. If it's Xiao Yarou Yu, then it makes sense. Zhong Qian snorted, let's hope he lives up to his name. Of course, the core strength of the upper sects doesn't need to be mentioned. However, I don't believe that he can surpass us in terms of swordsmanship. Maybe he's just a swordsman. He's still a Dharma cultivator at his core. Gaou decided, that's right. He's still a helper. His One Ear, and One Ear is him. Don't talk about whether it's real or fake. It's meaningless. You have to remember that you have to solve your own problems. It's unrealistic to expect help from others. The Dao sect's Dharma branches added fuel to the fire this time, but they did it for their own sake. They don't see the sword vein as family. We're in the sword vein for our own orthodoxy. It doesn't matter if there's help or not. We have to do what needs to be done. We'll wait for 3 more days and arrange the defense of 7 Colors Mountain. We'll set off immediately. Lu Xiaoyi found a random place and silently observed the swordsman orthodoxy. 7 Colors left a good impression on him. It had the valiant charm of a swordsman, which made him feel a sense of approval. Over the next few days, there were also individual swordsmen from other continents who gathered here. They didn't come here for a reward, and no one would give them a reward. They just felt that as members of the orthodoxy, they should step forward bravely. This was a battle that neither side tried to hide. The Bitter Zen Temple didn't seem to care about the gathering of swordsman sects. It could be that they wanted to make an example out of the swordsman sects, or it could be that they were pressured by the other upper sects. The Bitter Zen Temple was one of the stronger sects among the 9 great mountain sects. Even the Carefree Wandering sect had 5,000 Jindan sects, so the Bitter Zen Temple had even more. Excluding those who couldn't be mobilized, those who were restrained, and those who couldn't be contacted, it wasn't difficult to gather 1 or 2,000. However, it was hard to say how many Sword Vein could gather. Along the way, he glanced around. The scale of the 7 Colors Sword sect was also very limited. This was also the helplessness of the unorthodox sects. How many cultivators could they raise in such a small place? Although he wasn't too sure about the overall strength of the Upper Realm Sword Vein Alliance in Juzian, the key to a group fight was cooperation. On this point, the Sword Vein was naturally at a disadvantage. In addition, there were also the problems of command, coordination, and fighting on their own. This was a big scene. It was the first time for him to fight with thousands of people. Although the 5th ring was a den of bandits, they had good control in this aspect. This kind of fight wasn't very useful for accumulating battle experience, but it would cause a huge loss to the core Jindan sects of the cultivation world. The gains didn't make up for the losses. He didn't know how much he could do in this, but he did his best. Chapter 832. On the 3rd day, the sound of sword whistling could be heard from the 7 Colors Mountain. Lu Xiaoyi knew that the time was up. As the group of Golden Core cultivators boarded the ship, a round of inspection revealed that there were less than 100 of them. Most of them were 7-colored sword cultivators, and there were a dozen or so who had volunteered from the surrounding small continents. These people were very worthy of respect. They had cultivated and groped their way through the small continents by relying on their dedication to the sword. Being able to stand up meant that they understood the true meaning of swordsman. This was not an orthodoxy that could be hidden away like a tortoise. The Cloud Sea flying ship was very big. It was big enough to fit everyone and still have room to spare. The ones steering the ship were also a few Dharma cultivators. Without a doubt, This ship must have come from some Daoist sect. Unorthodox sects like the Seven-Color Sword sect would not be able to afford such a luxurious thing. Obviously, these Taoist sects were very attentive to this competition. They were in charge of collecting information and sending people. They even gave everyone healing medicine. It could be said that they spared no effort, except for the fact that they were restricted by the rules. Everyone was a chess piece. Chess piece. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly understood. In his imagination, he had never understood his understanding of the war in the cultivation world. He always thought that the so-called war in the cultivation world revolved around attacking and defending shaking Shadow Continent. Therefore, he felt that Zhu Xian's war preparations were very naive. There was no surprise, no coordination, no tactics, and it seemed clumsy and old-fashioned. But, what if this was still a chess game? No one told him this, because the natives of Zhu Xian understood it themselves. But he did not understand, because he was a fake. The white-browed old man used a chess game when he gambled with others. Xiaoyaro and the 1,000 Buddhas used a chessboard to fight for Shaka. Then, how could the war between the Sword Vein Alliance and the Bitter Zen Temple not use a chessboard? It was impossible for thousands of people to jump up and down in the Cloud Sea, right? It was impossible to determine who would win and who would lose. But if it was a chess game with thousands of people, he was not worried about the ability of the Heaven and Earth chessboard. He was just curious. With so many people, what kind of chess pieces would they use? It was not easy to ask. As a Zhu Xian cultivator, this should be common knowledge. Was it possible that everyone on the ship understood it, but he was the only one who was confused? Don't call me mask, call me silly face. Go! Who's going to play? It was impossible for him to walk alone just once. Chinese checkers? Wasn't this too much of a joke? It couldn't hold Chinese chess either. The other types of chess don't seem right either. What kind of chess can accommodate thousands of people? The flying boat flew forward under Lu Xiaoyi's confusion. Its positioning was extremely accurate and its speed was extremely fast. Jiao Yang walked over and sat beside him. Has anyone in the Carefree Tour done any research on this? Lu Xiaoyi remained calm and collected. No one has any experience. How could there be anyone who would specialize in this? In any case, I've never studied it before, and I'm too lazy to even play 6 masters. How does the Sword Alliance plan to deal with this? Army self-moving chess was a very obscure chess style. In fact, it did not belong to 2 people. Instead, it depended on the chess pieces to decide their own moves. It was called self-moving. This was close to the highest level of chess in the Heaven and Earth chessboard. It was a chess game that would only be started when there was an invasion from the outside world. The only difference was that the scale was smaller, and the cultivators' realms were lower. Because there were more people, the victory or defeat was not determined by the number of enemies killed, but by fighting for the enemy's military flag. The military flag was not like the general's flag in Chinese chess, which was exposed to the outside world. Instead, it was hidden in the thousands of troops on one side. It was full of coincidences and accidents, just like 2 armies fighting on the battlefield. There were no generals, ministers, chariots, and horses. Everyone was a pawn, and they could move around freely. The whole chessboard was like a Chinese checkers board that had been enlarged countless times. Every cultivator had their own independent chess piece space. Under normal circumstances, this space could accommodate at most 2 people. It was for both the attacking and defending sides. However, it was rare to see a situation where many people fought against few. Once the chess game started, hundreds of thousands of chess pieces on one side began to move forward. They could only move forward 1 space at a time, and could not jump forward. When they met each other, they would start fighting. The winner would survive, and the loser would withdraw or die. There were many mysteries in this game. For example, where to hide one's military flag. Was it to move forward with the main army? Or to guard the rear? The possible hiding place of the enemy's military flag. The direction of one's main attack. The direction of one's secondary attack. The direction of one's defense. There were many, many similarities between this and the battlefield in the mortal world. Gao Yang sighed. The upper realm of Juzian hasn't had such a large-scale battle for many years. Everyone is the same. The key is the overall strength and quality of the cultivators on each side. If the sword vein is up against any of the 3,000 orthodox alliances, we have the confidence to win. However, if it's one of the 9 great upper sects, to be honest, our chances are not high. Lu Xiaoyi listened quietly, and did not speak. Gao Yang did not expect him to answer. In a chess game with thousands of people, the power of one person was negligible, even if the person in front of him was the so-called carefree mask. Firstly, the sword vein has a mix of good and bad people. We can't go all out, so we have to leave some people to guard the mountain gate. Secondly, the 9 sword vein can't be united. I don't mean for anyone to fish in troubled waters and retreat. Since we're here, we all have the intention to contribute to the sword vein. However, swordsmen are generally unruly. If we don't have 100 people to respond to our call, we won't be able to form a united force. Thirdly, the Bitter Zen Temple's orders are united. This is an incomparable advantage for a great power. Fourthly, this time, the Buddhist sect has promised a chess game with thousands of people. They can choose the best of the best, but we can only scrape together. Lu Xiaoyi was expressionless. Then you still want to continue? Gao Yang looked out the window. We have to show the sword vein's attitude. That is, we won't compromise. In the Juzian upper realm, such a small land existed. After the Buddhist sect gained control of it, the belief on the land was controlled. As time passed, the foundation of the native sects was gradually hollowed out. When they couldn't get support from the mortal world, how long could they last? There was once such a body cultivation sect that eventually left for other lands. There was also once such a soul cultivation sect that was cut off. Gradually, in the long river of time, your blood was slowly sucked dry, so that you couldn't absorb any nutrient. In the end, they were forced to hand over the land that their ancestors had owned to the Buddhist sect. Therefore, when the Yarrowing land was also taken over by the Buddhist sect, we won't blame the Taoists for their incompetence. We can only fight on our own. Even if the Sword Vein Alliance is added together, the gap between us and the Bitter Zen Temple is hopeless, not to mention the huge gap in the level of major cultivators. Fortunately, the Juzian upper realm still has the heaven and earth chessboard. At least, we can still get a slightly fairer chance in the chess game. The Sword Vein can lose, but even if we lose, we have to hurt the Bitter Zen Temple on the level of Jindan. This is our goal. After the first time, there will be no end to it. Therefore, we can't give in. Chapter 833. Lu Xiaoyi was in awe, but he didn't show it, because he was now the carefree mask. What are the stakes of the chess game? Gao Yang took a deep breath. If we win, Buddhism will withdraw from preaching in Yarrowing land. From then on, Yarrowing land will no longer allow the upper sects to use their faith to meddle in it. They can take orders from any upper sect, but they won't accept fighting over Taoist and Buddhist faith. There are a few such little Lus in the Juzian upper realm, such as Hungduan Little Lu and Red River Little Lu. Back then, it was because of their own desperate struggle and the various coincidences of the general trend and environment that they were able to preserve their own orthodoxy and not accept the invasion of the faith of the big powers. Of course, most of the little Lus don't have such willpower. If you want to get it, you have to pay with blood. If we lose, then there's nothing to say. Yarrowing Sword Palace will immediately withdraw from the little Lus and find another place. However, for our sword vein, there's a big difference between being chased away hundreds of years later and fighting with all our might now. Lu Xiaoyi listened to him quietly. This was also the sorrow of all the small powers in the Juzian upper realm. The sword vein was considered united. For most of the small orthodoxies, even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't find a way to do so. Perhaps, there would only be hope if the 3,000 small powers united together. However, if that was the case, the 9 upper sects would also unite. As a struggle that happened once every few thousand years, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, if resistance became a habit, what would be waiting for them? If Shenyuan Sword Sect was here, what would they do? One thing was certain, they would never agree to using the spread of faith as the basis for victory or defeat. Shenyuan people only believed in their own swords. They couldn't be bothered to spread anything. In the entire Juzian upper realm, there are only a few little Lus that have such independent treatment. There are too few who resist, and too many who submit. The history of Juzian is really regrettable. Gao Yang also sighed. Yes. However, after 10,000 years, the world has changed. I don't know how this method came about. It's truly baffling. Those monks have benefited from it for nothing. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had missed a very important point. The method of determining the ownership of a continent through the method of spreading faith was not something that had existed since the beginning of time, but had only existed for tens of thousands of years. He had been led astray by the heaven and earth chessboard. He thought that since the heaven and earth chessboard had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, the method of spreading faith must have existed for hundreds of thousands of years as well. However, if this method of determining the ownership of continents only began 10,000 years ago, what did it mean? Lu Xiaoyi couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. He had plenty of time. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. These things are ultimately for the top cultivators to consider. Whether Juzian's surname will be Taoist or Buddhist in the future is not for little cultivators like us to think about. It's more realistic for us to talk about the things that concern us right now. It's like this. Although the 9 of us haven't reached an agreement on how to carry out this game of chess, we have a general idea. I know you don't want to participate, but there's one thing that may be related to you. Please tell me. Lu Xiaoyi was very calm. Gao Yang thought for a moment. In a large-scale battlefield, there are only 2 things that determine the outcome. One is the reserve team, and the other is the assault force. How to use these forces is the responsibility of the leaders of the sword vein. Since you don't want to, you may not be able to rally everyone, so let's not talk about this first. Since it's a strategic force, of course, we have to choose the most powerful cultivators. I'm afraid ordinary cultivators won't be able to do it. Then, what I want to ask is, do you want to join these 2 elite forces in order to make contributions? Or do you prefer to be free and do whatever you want? Lu Xiaoyi didn't hesitate. Senior brother Gao Yang, you don't have to consider me. I'm used to being undisciplined, and I'm not used to listening to other people's orders. I guess I'll just go with the flow in this game of chess. If I'm really assigned to a team and don't listen to orders, it'll be awkward for everyone, and it won't be nice. Gao Yang nodded. He had already expected this, but he still had to ask out of politeness. Free and unfettered wandering cultivators were famous for being undisciplined and unorganized. They were notorious for being undisciplined and unorganized in the upper realm of Juzian. Moreover, it was already not easy for them to come here and help. If they were really assigned to a suicide squad, how would they be able to do their best? He always believed that a swordsman was a true swordsman only if he stayed in the sword vein. Those who stayed in the Dharma vein were swordsmen who had changed their nature. They were no longer pure, no matter how high their cultivation level was. Watching Gao Yang leave, Lu Xiaoyi fell into deep thought. 10,000 years was a very sensitive period of time. In the hundreds of years that he had been cultivating, many major events had happened in this 10,000-year window. It made people's imaginations run wild. However, his current cultivation level was not high enough. There were many things that he had heard, and it was useless to think too much about it. As for joining the reserve team or the assault team that Gao Yang mentioned, this was not his style, unless he could control this team himself. Could he? Of course not. Therefore, he might as well be free. When it came to battles, he had his own unique judgment. This was his talent, and also the experience that he had accumulated through countless battles. The biggest problem that Shenyuan swordsman had was that he was unwilling to waste his life according to other people's methods. In the days that he spent in the airship, he could feel the determination of these swordsmen around him, especially those who did not belong to the 7 Colors sword sect. They were all swordsmen who had joined from various small continents. They all had the qualities of a true swordsman. It would be a pity if they were to die here. Army self-moving chess was not a death chess game. If they lost, they could quit. However, there was no king here that could speak for them like in the Sharjah 6 chessboard. Therefore, pride, conceit, and sword heart would take their lives. This was the meaning of the existence of a king. It could help people maintain their Tao heart. Cultivators could comfort themselves by saying, I did not want to quit, but the king forced me to. He could not lead them and did not have the prestige. If they really followed him, they would probably die even faster. This was because Lu Xiaoyi's path was always more dangerous than others. As for the specific strategy, it was useless to think about it now. This was because army chess was an unfamiliar chess game to everyone. The last time it appeared was during the struggle of the Blood River Orthodoxy thousands of years ago. There were no specific historical records of it. He looked out of the porthole and saw the sea of clouds receding quickly. Then, he came back to his senses and looked at the rules that Jiao Yang had given him. There was not much time left. How could a person perform well on a chessboard with almost 2,000 people? It was not only based on strength, but also an incomparable understanding of the rules. This damned Juzian upper realm. It was just a fight, but they set up a bunch of rules to restrict him. Could it be that they were not aware of it at all? They could not feel it when they were in the upper realm, and they could not feel it when they were in conflict with other upper realms? How strange. Chapter 834. After a month of flying, the Cloud Sea flying ship arrived above the shaking Shadowland. However, they did not descend. This battle would take place on the heaven and earth chessboard. No one wanted to descend to land. If they hurt mortals, they would be adding to their own karma. In the Sea of Clouds, 6 large Cloud Sea flying ships stopped. Like the Rainbow Sword, they did not show any signs of leaving. Instead, they were lined up in a row. Many Dharma vein cultivators were busily moving in and out. A huge banner had a few words written on it. Shaking Shadow Chessboard Rescue Club. Obviously, these Cloud Sea flying ships could be seen as medical ships. They specialized in rescuing cultivators who were knocked down from the chessboard. Based on the orthodoxy of these healing cultivators, the monks would probably be delayed in coming down. If it was a swordsman who fell down, they would definitely be treated immediately. Of course, the monks would probably not accept their treatment. They had their own treatment. In the surrounding sea of clouds, large groups of swordsmen were scattered and gathered. They were basically separated by the sword vein. On the eve of the great battle, the atmosphere was tense and restless. Even from afar, one could feel the murderous aura permeating the air. There were still 2 sword vein that had not arrived. Based on the current situation, each sword vein had mobilized around 100 swordsmen. The difference was not great. They were all about the same size and naturally had similar strength. This army was limited to 1,000 people. The 9 sword vein had mobilized around 100 people each. Together, there were close to 1,000 people. This was all the sword vein alliance had, which was 30% to 40% of the overall strength of the sword vein. Among them, the shaking Shadow Sword Palace had mobilized all of their forces. To them, there was no point in leaving behind a seed. A life and death struggle was the only way out. Shaking Shadow, Rainbow Sword, Knocking Sword Mountain, Sword Wind Tower, Heavenly Sword Lake, Dangtian Gate, Small Bell Mountain, Shuejuo, Long River. These were the 9 sword veins forces. Half a day later, the remaining 2 sword vein armies arrived one after another. The leaders began to gather together to discuss the strategy and coordination of the armies. They were all veterans with rich combat experience, but none of them were unreasonable people. There were some basic things that they all agreed on. The swordsman of the Sky Sword Pool, the most senior member of the Jindan, spoke on behalf of the Sky Sword Pool. The advantage of ascetic meditation lies in unity. After all, we are scattered and gathered. We will never be able to match up to it in terms of unity of command and action. Since that is the case, there is no need to force us to move as one. In fact, it is unrealistic for so many people to move as one on the chessboard. Mo Wen of Knocking Sword Mountain agreed. Elder Chuan is right. The best strategy is for the 9 sword vein armies to move in teams of 100. They are capable and agile, and they can coordinate with each other during the battle. To be honest, for such a big battle, it is impossible to have an overall plan. Once the battle starts, it will be a mess. It is more practical to improvise. Everyone nodded. The swordsman focused on actual combat. He knew that once a battle in the cultivation world began, it would be impossible to control the situation. It was better to be restrained by the way of chess on the heaven and earth chessboard. However, if they were to fight in the sea of clouds, it would be a rush. What strategy was there to talk about? Once the swordsman spread out, any formation would be messed up. In each sword vein, there were countless sword matrices to coordinate. They could not be used on the chessboard. However, this was not a bad thing. In terms of battle matrices, they could never compare to a top sect like ascetic meditation temple. The 7 colors Gao Yang suggested. Then let's decide on the order of the battle. Front, back, left, right, reserve, attack. The specific order of attack will have to be decided by ascetic meditation's battle formation after the battle. The battle was imminent, and the decision was firm. In the end, 6 out of the 9 sword vein armies would fight head-on against ascetic meditation's army of monks. The remaining 3 would be the reserve team. However, this did not mean that they could hide and relax. Their mission was to cover the gaps in the main battle line and attack when they found out where the enemy's army flag was hidden. In addition, there were 2 separate teams. One was an assault team made up of 4 top swordsmen from each sword vein. There were a total of 36 of them. If the enemy's army flag was located clearly, they would fight to the death. The other team was made up of scattered swordsmen. In each sword vein team, there were more or less a dozen scattered swordsmen from all over the world. They were not very compatible with the sect system, and it was difficult for them to form mutual trust in a short period of time. Therefore, they simply formed their own team and stayed at the side of the main battle line. They were responsible for intercepting, guerrilla warfare, harassing, and when necessary, cooperating with the main assault team to attack the enemy's army flag. 1,000 people, 11 teams, and nearly 100 people in a team. This was the best number of people to cooperate with. If there were fewer people, the collective strength would not be shown. If there were more people, it would be chaotic. As for how to communicate, and how to cooperate, some details were decided one by one. While they were discussing, the sound of Buddha came from afar. It was as if the whole space was under the gaze of Buddha. Before the monks of the Bitter Zen temple arrived, their momentum had already overshadowed the chaotic swordsmen. It was an Arhat formation formed by 9 monks. They did not have a flying boat, and they just flew all the way from the Bitter Zen continent. When they arrived, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The demeanor of a big sect was not something that a small force could compare with. If this was a Shenyuan swordsman, they would definitely fly in a sword formation to cultivate their momentum. However, there were 9 sword vein and they all flew in different directions. There was nothing that could be done. He knew very well that the sword vein alliance basically had no chance of winning against such a force in the chessboard of heaven and earth, unless they relied on sneak attacks and personal strength. Gao Yang came to his side again and roughly explained the arrangement. No matter what, this was a cultivator from the Carefree Travel sect. His identity was different. Not for anything else, but for the real One Ear to have an easier life in the Carefree Mountain, he could not neglect this person. The 7 colors formation, the elite assault formation, and the scattered swordsman guerrilla attack formation. Where do you want to go, junior brother? Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently, I'll go with the scattered swordsman. It'll be more comfortable. I can fight freely and run freely. I don't have to listen to people's orders. Gao Yang nodded and did not say much. He had to coordinate the internal formation of the 7 colors swordsman. Just now, it was just a general plan. As for the internal formation of each sword vein, it was also very important to know who stood at the front and who stood at the back. He was a little disappointed. No matter what, this person at least had a decent combat power. Whether he was a mask or not, if he could be included in the 7 colors formation, he would be of help. There was no such thing as taking one step at a time. It was purely up to oneself. If you wanted to move faster, you could constantly jump through the space of the chess pieces. At that time, when 2,000 people moved, there might be hundreds of battles happening at the same time. It was a very grand scene. Therefore, it was very important who stood at the front. The harder the soldier at the front was, the more likely it was to find the hiding place of the military flag. If it was not one of their own, they would not put in a lot of effort. What could they do? Chapter 835. The mighty power of Buddha filled the space between heaven and earth. The aura of nearly 1,000 arhats was released, and the chanting of sutras made it seem like they were in a Buddhist kingdom. Under the pressure of the Buddha power, every swordsman could not help but gather their strength to resist. The sound of swords humming could be heard from time to time. The weakest swordsman had to rely on his sword to stabilize his emotions. Lu Xiaoyi wondered how many swordsmen would be able to walk into the heaven and earth chessboard if the confrontation continued. Fortunately, they did not have to wait for too long. The sound of zhongming rang in the sky, but it was not the 3 times like during the 6 swords, but 5 times. In the midst of the humming, all the cultivators on the scene disappeared one by one. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyi felt that he had arrived at an ancient battleground. It seemed extremely small, like a cage, but also extremely large, and he could not see the end of it. This was the extreme use of space in the heaven and earth chessboard. The space of each cultivator's chess pieces did not seem large, but once the battle started, the space could be expanded instantly to satisfy the cultivator's battle needs. When there was no battle, the cultivator could stand at his position and observe the situation of the battlefield. The entire chessboard was hexagonal, and the chess pieces were arranged in 120 horizontal and 120 vertical. This was the largest number of spaces, and the further it went, the smaller the spaces were. There were only 60 spaces at the bottom. Lu Xiaoyi did a simple count, and there should be about 8,000 spaces, and the cultivators took up 2,000 of them. Because there was no general to command, there was a stage of setting up the chessboard at the beginning. Both sides would gather at the bottom of the chessboard, and when the game officially started, they would follow the plan and either wait for the opportunity to come, or charge and break through the enemy lines with 10 moves. The swordsmen, under the lead of their respective senior brothers, took up their positions according to the pre-agreed order. Among the 9 sword vein, the shaking shadow, the sword wind tower, the sword knocking mountain, the celestial sword lake, the long river, and the 7 colors were in a line in front, separated by a few spaces. Behind them were the elite assault teams from the heaven-shaking sect, Shuejuo, Xiaozhong Mountain, and the others. They were ready to move out at any time. The scattered swordsmen were positioned at the outermost part of the right flank. Their position was neither up nor down. They were not in charge of attacking in groups, nor were they in charge of key directions. They were not the fire brigade, and no one would use them as cannon fodder. They were all fellow Taoists who had risked their lives to help. Every member of the sword vein shared the same mentality. The most tragic part of the battle should be the organized and disciplined forces of the sect. The method of using cannon fodder to exhaust the opponent in a mortal war was not advisable in a cultivation war. It would lose momentum. Looking at the opposite side, the arrangement of the monks was very simple and also very Buddhist. It was just 2 simple 500 arhat formations. This was the foundation of Buddhism. It was ever-changing and incomparably solid. It was a response that would not be affected by external factors. Whether it was on the chessboard of heaven and earth or in a real war in space, they would always use this method, and this method had rarely disappointed them. Lu Xiaoyi squeezed into the scattered swordsmen on the right side of the formation, looking around. The 2 sword vein members in charge of this group were Jin Dan. One was Xiao Wuwa from the sword wind tower, and the other was Feng Bailey from Xiaozhong Mountain. They were in charge of guiding the group. Of course, only God knew if these people would listen to orders when the battle really started. After all, they were only barely able to call out names. Although they were not assigned the most important task, the scattered swordsmen were all in high fighting spirit. They were also very clear that if they were not individually, but as a group, there was a gap between them and the sword vein forces. Every Jin Dan who had lived for hundreds of years was very clear about this point. However, they still believed that they would be able to perform outstandingly in this grand battle that was rarely seen in thousands of years. Therefore, they were very enthusiastic when it came to ranking. Because they were at the outermost right wing, the space in front of them was relatively narrow. Therefore, they were actually assigned to a chessboard width of only 6 squares. Next to them, only a few squares away, was the group from the Seven Colors Sword Sect. The scattered swordsmen had a total of 87 people. Including Xiao Wuwa and Feng Bailey, there were 89 people. Among all the groups in the sword vein, except for the elite assault team, the number of people in the sword vein formation was about the same. The swordsman assault team was of course in a wedge-shaped formation. There was no need to choose this position. It was definitely Xiao Wuwa's position, and Feng Qianli was in the middle to take care of him. This was the pride of the sword vein. They were the main force of this chessboard battle and the future beneficiaries. Therefore, it was their duty to stand in the most dangerous position, in a wedge-shaped formation. Other than the tip of the wedge, the most important thing was the practitioners in the front few layers. If they were strong, they would be able to kill their way through and pierce through the opponent's formation. If they were weak, they would be knocked out by the Buddhist sect. From the overall formation, there would be a gap. As the opponent attacked, this gap would become bigger and bigger. In the end, they would not be able to pierce through the opponent, but would be cut into 2 or even several pieces. Everyone was asked to take on such a heavy responsibility. They were not familiar with each other. It was almost as if each of them came from a small continent. How could they be completely different in terms of strength? Therefore, in the end, it was just Xiao Wuwa and Feng Qianli who liked each other. If they liked each other, they would be sent to the front. If they didn't like each other, they would be sent to the back. Lu Xiaoyi belonged to this type of person who would be sent to the back. This was because his Jin Dan middle stage cultivation was at an innate disadvantage in front of most of his companions who were in the late stage or even the peak stage. In the eyes of the 7-colored swordsmen who were commanding the 7-colored swordsmen, there was some disdain. You are very likely to be a powerful person with the carefree mask. Is there a need to hide your cultivation level and come here to do the work without putting in any effort? It would be better if you didn't come. Even if you were weaker, you would still be willing to risk your life. 89 people, 6 horizontal rows. That was to say, the depth of the whole team reached 15 floors. Lu Xiaoyi was on the 15th floor, and his position was in the middle of the horizontal row. That was to say, there were people on both sides. This was the safest position in the team on the battlefield. If a fight broke out, no one could attack him for the time being. This was not deliberately chosen by him, but there was nothing to be picky about. Because they had already made preparations before entering the chessboard of heaven and earth, the formation of each formation was very fast. Furthermore, the members of the sect were more obedient. They were not like the scattered swordsmen who were dissatisfied and indignant. It was as if being placed at the back was a kind of insult. Everyone had their own preferences, but the basic principle was that the first few layers would definitely be the strongest. Perhaps there were some differences in the formation, and different battle habits and preferences were taken into consideration. However, to the swordsman, offense was the main theme. To attack, one had to use the best steel on the blade. No matter which universe, no matter which sword vein orthodoxy, this would never change. As for the Buddhists, they were the best at dissipating the opponent's sharpness into nothingness. They were even better at it than the orthodox Taoist. Chapter 836. In the past few days, Lu Xiaoyi had already thoroughly studied the game's rules and style. There were many rules, and the most important ones were as follows. First, the exact location of the enemy's flag could only be discovered when one was within 7 squares of the flag. The flag could move with the army, which meant that just discovering it was not enough to solve the problem. One had to attack in the shortest time possible, or else the enemy would change positions within the army and disappear without a trace. Second, each chess piece space could only accommodate 2 cultivators. In other words, it would always be a one-on-one battle, unless the chess piece was surrounded by the enemy. But in the flag space, it could accommodate 7 people. In other words, if you were to charge in alone, you could be surrounded by 6 cultivators. Of course, before the enemy entered the flag space, the defending cultivators were not allowed to enter their own flag space. Considering that the position of the flag was usually heavily guarded by the defending cultivators, and that the attacking cultivators could only break through from one direction, it was very possible for a 1-on-6 battle to occur. This point could be taken as a reference to Chinese checkers. Around each chess piece, there would be 6 chess pieces next to it, like a plum blossom. If one wanted to gain an advantage in numbers, or at least not be at a disadvantage, one would need to break through many points around the flag. Simply put, the way of the king was to send a large number of troops forward, and charging in alone was very dangerous. Third, a cultivator could only advance 1 square at a time, so he could only challenge the opponents in the 6 squares of the plum blossom petals around him. He could not exceed the squares, and this required time. The change was that after a cultivator won 3 times, his movement distance would increase from 1 square to 2 squares. He could attack 12 opponents within 2 squares, and of course, he could also choose to attack 6 opponents around him. The range of opponents would then increase to 18 in the shape of a large plum blossom. When a cultivator won 5 matches in a row, his movement distance would increase to 3 squares. When he won 7 matches in a row, his movement distance would increase to 4 squares. When he won 9 matches in a row, his movement distance would increase to 5 squares. After he won 11 matches in a row, his movement distance would increase to 6 squares. At the same time, when he formed a sword formation with other cultivators, he would be able to move the entire sword formation by 2 squares. This was a qualitative change in movement from an individual to a group. After winning 13 matches in a row, he would be able to move 7 squares himself, and he would be able to move 3 squares with the sword formation. After winning 15 matches in a row, he would be able to move 8 squares himself, and he would be able to move 4 squares with the sword formation. After winning 17 matches in a row, he would be able to move 9 squares himself, and he would be able to move 5 squares with the sword formation. After winning 19 matches in a row, he would be able to move 30 squares himself, and there would be no restrictions. Along with the sword formation, it also rose to 9 squares. This was only in theory. In reality, if one wanted to win 19 matches in a row, the opponents would all be Dragon Tiger Arhats who could grind and pester. Just the consumption of energy was something that no one could withstand. Therefore, it was only a rule, but no one could do it. What was the point of a single person moving unhindered in a battlefield with thousands of people? If they were too far away, they wouldn't even be able to see the position of the flag. How would they be able to kill the general and capture the flag with 10,000 soldiers? Fourth, victory or defeat was not only determined by capturing the flag, but also by guarding the flag. Defending the flag not only depended on the time, but also on the attack and defense rounds. In other words, the flag-seizing side had to defend the chessboard world for a day and run all day, making it impossible for the defending side to block the military flag space. Or, the flag-seizing side had to successfully defend the military flag space 3 times. Only then would the flag-seizing side be considered a success. There were many other similar rules, but the most important ones were these few. They would determine the core of both sides' attack and defense strategy. Both sides had finished their preparations, and there were no longer any movements on the chessboard. With Buddha in their hearts and swords in their hands, an austere aura permeated the entire chessboard space. At this moment, the killing intent of the swordsman began to grow stronger, and converged together. Finally, they were able to match the imposing aura of the Buddhists. Although it was still thin in terms of thickness, the irrepressible sharpness had been fully displayed, and it wasn't something that the Buddhist chants could control. The sword vein, the most indomitable orthodoxy of the universe's cultivation world, had finally revealed their true nature. Towards the people or powers that were trying to dig the sword vein's roots, their only answer was the sword in their hand. In the sky, the chime of the chime suddenly exploded with a resounding chime. The 213 Jin Dan from the Shadow Sword Palace in the center all took a step forward. This was all they had, and they held nothing back. Either victory or death, there was no third option. Following closely behind were the other 10 teams. They did not hesitate at all. Regardless of whether it was the vanguard, the reserves, the elite teams, or the individual teams, all of them moved forward. The so-called reserves were only reserves in the sense of understanding, but they couldn't really stay in the same spot. Otherwise, if there were any changes in front, with so many spaces, how would they be able to arrive in time? They had to seize the center line as soon as possible, only then would they have more room to maneuver. The Buddhists made the same choice. No matter how Buddhist-like they were, they couldn't just hand over the initiative to others. It was just that they didn't move as quickly as the swordsmen. At this speed, the first contact between both sides should be 10 spaces away from the center line. Lu Xiaoyi could clearly see that this position of the Buddhists wasn't moving slowly, but if they were to coordinate with the two great Arhat formations, they would be able to cover the entire battlefield, and this was also a battle strategy that had been carefully thought out. The two great Arhat formations were like two gigantic human meat grinders. One great Arhat formation had 500 people, while the other great Arhat formation had 49 people. It was less than 1,000 people, and he didn't know what this had to do with the Tao of Heaven's lack of one. He couldn't tell which army the flag was in either. Was it in the center of the great Arhat formation, or at the back of the great Arhat formation? Not to mention the position of the monk's army flag, he didn't even know the position of the Sword Vein Alliance's army flag. This was the highest secret of the battlefield, and only the leaders of the Sword Vein like Jiao Yang had the right to know, as well as the small number of swordsmen who guarded the army flag. The swordsman leaped forward in the space of the chess pieces. Lu Xiaoyi found it funny, just like the goose steps of the military parade in some countries in his previous life. However, this movement of the cultivators was even more shocking. If there was a camera that could look down from above, the cultivators leaped out of the chess piece space like a huge school of fish leaping out of the water, and then plunged into the next chess piece space like a school of fish entering the water, rising and falling, rising and falling, rising and falling continuously, and it was a magnificent sight. In the whole school of fish, not a single fish fell behind, or stayed behind out of fear. They were a real school of fish, following their instincts and migrating for the continuation of their lives. Xiao Wuwa and Feng Bailey had been suppressing the speed of the swordsmen. After all, they were guerrilla forces, and not the main force. If they rashly rushed to the front, it would be disadvantageous to the overall situation, and it would affect the overall situation. This was very taxing on their strength. Although they were full of fighting spirit, and their feelings were understandable, they lacked discipline. Fortunately, under their strong restraint, the formation was maintained well. The two sides of the Sword Vein Alliance didn't change their route, just like when they first set up the formation. However, when they were 20 chess pieces away from the center line, the forces of the Sword Vein Alliance began to divert and converge to one side. At this time, the ascetic Arhats were still 30 chess pieces away from the center line. The forces that diverted were Sword Knock Mountain, Sword Wind Tower, Long River, Shaking Shadow, and Heavenly Sword Lake. 5 of the 6 Sword Vein Alliance's main forces were facing the anti-Arhat formation. Following closely behind were the Dang Tian sect and Shui Duo, the elite assault team. Obviously, the strategy of the Sword Vein Alliance was to attack one of the Arhat formations first and try to destroy it in one go. At the very least, they had to find out if the army flag was in there. Chapter 837. Such a change was in line with the swordsman's temperament. In fact, no one would be able to determine the location of the Buddhist flag just by looking at some clues. What the Buddhists revealed could also be a deliberate illusion. The swordsman's way of dealing with such a problem was very simple. Take a gamble. If not, change to another one. As for which one to gamble on, whether it was the Arhat formation or the anti-Arhat formation depended purely on their mood and intuition. In the end, they chose the anti-Arhat formation, and a total of 8 teams charged forward. On the right flank, they left the 7 Colors Sword Sect, the backup team of Xiaozhong Mountain, and the individual swordsman team to restrain the Arhat formation. Using less than 300 people to restrain a Arhat formation of 500 people, the difficulty was obvious. If they really went against them, it would be normal for them to be defeated. However, they couldn't look at it that way. How stupid would the monks be to use the Arhat formation to deal with 300 people, and leave the anti-Arhat formation to be surrounded by the swordsmen? Therefore, the monks might not be under much pressure. Xiao Wu's divine sense was transmitted to everyone's mind: we can't use brute force to attack. This would lose the meaning of splitting up the troops. If we are eliminated before the main force defeats the anti-Arhat formation, the main force will be attacked by 2 Arhat formations from 2 directions. Therefore, our goal is to engage in guerrilla warfare and sweep the sides. The longer we restrain the Arhat formation, the more help it will be to the main force. Listen to my orders and don't attack without permission. This is my request for you. No one retorted. They were all Jindan with hundreds of years of life experience. They knew very well that a 500-man formation against a 700-man formation, or a 300-man formation against a 500-man formation, which one would last longer? The monks on the main force's side would definitely last longer. This was decided by the number of people, and if they considered the cooperation between the Arhats. Therefore, their principle was to survive and drag it out, making the Arhat formation hesitate between splitting up the troops and not splitting up the troop. This was a very smart decision, and for the monks in charge of the team, it was the least they could do. The swordsman's main attack didn't stop at all as it continued to surge forward. The shaking Shadow Sword Palace was at the very front. This might be their last performance in the cultivation world. Every one of them had the mentality of bursting forth with the final brilliance of their lives. The Buddha's voice was vast and mighty, and the sword chi exploded in the sky. The 2 torrents collided with each other, followed by the power of the other 5 sword vein. Once the battle began, there was no retreat. The swordsmen were well aware of the gap between them and the doorman. However, this gap was not insurmountable as long as they were willing to pay the price with their lives. Almost at the same time, dozens of battles broke out at the same time. However, these battles were buried deep within the Go Peace space, so outsiders were unable to know about them. Because of the special rules of army chess, after the first round, the following players would not be able to move forward. If they wanted to join the battle, they would have to wait for their comrades in front to die or leave. Of course, if their comrades won but were injured too much, they could replace them. This was allowed by the rules. The battle choices of the 2 sides were completely opposite. The swordsmen wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, exchanging life for life, exchanging injury for injury. It was a strategy where both sides would suffer and die. This was their only correct choice. They used their blood and vigor to offset the opponent's stronger cultivation, stronger Buddhist weapons, and more profound skills. The bitter Zen temple's Arhats were the exact opposite. They were trying their best to stall for time because they had Chang Li on their side. Not only were their cultivations stronger, their recovery was also better. Only by delaying the swordsmen could they fully unleash the Arhat formation's killing power. It was endless and endless. Relatively speaking, the right side's battle was 2 chess pieces later than the left side's battle. This was because the leader was deliberately suppressing them. As long as the Arhat formation in front of them didn't change, they were even willing to drag it out forever. However, the Arhat formation wouldn't give them such a chance. The Arhat formation slowly turned, but the angle wasn't big. Obviously, they believed in the defensive ability of the other anti-Arhat formation. The reason why they weren't in a hurry was because they wanted to attack from the side after the main force was entangled with the anti-Arhat formation. The monks didn't hide this goal. They were going to force the 3 teams that were in charge of delaying the Arhat formation to take the initiative to attack them instead of using the huge Arhat formation to capture the 3 agile teams. The leaders of the 3 teams had already made a decision. Their mission was indeed to stall for time, but not to avoid the battle. The monks' strategy now forced them to take the initiative to harass the Arhats. This was within their expectations. How could they delay the Arhats without shedding any blood? The Arhat formation had only deviated by 1 chess piece when the 3 swordsman teams suddenly sped up. Due to the location, the rainbow sword vein was responsible for attacking between the Arhat formation and the anti-Arhat formation. In other words, they were attacking from the inside of the Arhat formation. As for the solo swordsmen, because they were at the outermost position, It was the most convenient for them to attack from the outside of the Ahut formation. Little Zhong Mountain's mission was the most important. Their mission was to block the Ahut formation from the front. Of course, they couldn't completely block the Ahut formation, but they needed to stall for time as much as possible. Because they weren't in the main direction of attack, their fighting style was different from the main battlefield on the left. The Rainbow Swordsman and the Solo Swordsman didn't attack from the front. Instead, they used the depth of their attacks to erase their opponents. It was like two boats, one big and one small. If they collided, the small boat wouldn't be able to survive and could only brush against the side of the boat. In the process of brushing against each other, they would exhaust the opponent and delay the opponent. It was like two small boats, the Rainbow and the Solo Swordsman sandwiching the Ahut formation. Little Zhong Mountain's opponents were also full of wisdom. They didn't forcefully resist, but instead, they took a step forward and took a step back. Occasionally, they would counterattack. Lu Xiaoyi was very impressed. Although the swordsman's tactics seemed rough and crude at first, they were very flexible when it came to actual combat. Up until now, all of their choices had been impeccable. As expected of a fighting orthodoxy, the two sides on the right flank of the main battlefield were already intertwined with each other. There were sharp swordsmen who managed to penetrate the Ahut formation, and there were also powerful Ahut formations who managed to counter the Ahut formation. Victory and defeat had already been decided in the space of tens of chess pieces. The result was also very normal. The Ahut formation had the upper hand, maintaining a probability of 2-1. In the end, a battle of strength between cultivators wasn't something that could be resolved by hot-bloodedness. However, the main force of the sword vein still had hope. This was because the number of sword vein on the left flank was greater and thicker. More importantly, although most of the people who lost in the battle were swordsmen, most of the time, they had used their lives to inflict injuries on their opponent. Thousands of chess pieces were piled up in a narrow space. They couldn't advance or retreat. There was no other way but to advance. After killing a swordsman, another swordsman would pounce on them. It was still a life for a life. How many times could they last? The cultivators on the left flank were like dumplings being thrown into the chessboard of heaven and earth. There were more casualties than injuries. At the same time, the battle on the right flank had already begun. Chapter 838. Lu Xiaoyi's individual swordsman team moved towards the Ahut formation. As this was the first time they came into contact with the Ahut formation, in order to prevent their opponents from ignoring them, they made a deeper cut. They had to make the monks feel the pain. He was in the 15th row, which was why he had the time to observe from the sidelines while his companions in the 7th and 8th rows were engaged in battle. The Ahuts were solemn and dignified. They disdained the attacks of the individual swordsmen. This was the foundation of a great power, the confidence accumulated over time. The battle immediately began, and the forward movement stopped abruptly. The battle was intense, but the cultivators outside could not see it. Although the swordsmen wanted to end the battle quickly, it depended on the strength of both sides. It was not something the swordsmen could decide. However, the Ahut formation did not stop. It continued to move inwards. This was an inevitable choice. They could not move outwards. If they did, they would only move further away from the other Ahut formation. Therefore, among the three teams, the individual swordsman team was in the safest position. They did not have to worry about the Ahut formation's counterattack. Feng Qianli, who was in the middle, assessed the situation. The Ahut formation had also begun to move. The Ahut formation's movement had slowed down significantly, and the outcome of the first battle had yet to be decided. They had to make full use of their chess power. Lu Xiaoyi knew that other than his companions who were engaged in battle, what the remaining swordsmen needed to do was to change from the back to the front. The bottom row would be the front row, and they would stick close to the front row. This made the swordsmen, who had been yearning for battle, very excited. In the beginning, the scratching had been directed at each other, but now it was a smooth scratching. Lu Xiaoyi was in the front row, but he still could not enter the battle. Among the three people in the 15th row, he was in the middle. The battle would start with the swordsman on the right. What he needed to do was to be ready to fill in at any time. His attention was not focused on the battle in the chess piece space beside him. Instead, he was observing the entire battlefield, trying to find traces of the enemy's flag. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. The anti-Arhat formation had already fought 3 or 4 rounds. However, compared to the Arhat formation, this was only the surface. It was far from penetrating deep. He needed to do something for the sword vein. It wasn't that he wanted to escape from the swordsman group, but he knew very well that his way of doing things wouldn't be accepted by a sect. There were too many rules and regulations, and there was no room for him to freely express himself. That was why he chose to stay in the group and seek opportunities. Where was the opportunity? One was to discover the position of the enemy's flag and force their way in. The other was to minimize the losses of the swordsman and preserve more seeds for the sword vein. To do this, they had to selectively kill the powerful dragon tiger Arhats and even the thorn monks. They were the only ones who could deal the most damage to the swordsman. No matter what it was, one of the basic requirements was that he had to have extraordinary mobility, just like how he controlled a sword in the sky, moving without a trace. In other words, he had to kill enough people first. The battle had just begun, but he had to start preparing. He doesn't have any prejudice against Buddhism. What Daoist Mo said to him was correct, but he didn't say that the role played by Taoism in the history of cultivation in the universe was actually no different from that of Buddhism. Don't talk about your elder brother. However, he didn't have a preference for Buddhism, but he did have a preference for his own sword vein. No matter which sword range orthodoxy in which universe, he had the obligation to lend a helping hand if he could. This was his principle. Not to mention the Buddhist sect, even if it was the Taoist sect standing opposite him, there was no obstacle that he could not strike. There was no such thing as being wishy-washy in the battle of the great Tao. Just kill. There was no karma involved. Song Rong, who was in the 14th row, stared straight ahead. There were 2 chess pieces fighting in front of him. He needed to fill in the gap between the chess pieces in the 15th row instead of the original battle space of his companions in the 14th row. This was an oblique progressive strategy. The advantage of this was that he could attack the enemy while moving the formation. When the entire team was moving forward normally, his 14th row should fill in the gap left by his 13th row comrade's defeat. His own position would be filled by the 15th row swordsman, and the whole team would move forward. But now that everyone had turned around, he should fill in the 15th row's position, and his own position would be filled by the 13th row. Victory aside, if he lost, he had to charge in immediately. Therefore, he was staring at the chess piece space where Lu Xiaoyi's comrade was fighting. He hoped that the battle would move faster, not because he wanted to participate in the battle, but because the faster the battle, the more the swordsman could grasp the rhythm of the battle. The slower the battle, the more dangerous it would be. His wish came true. The aura of the 15th row swordsman's comrade suddenly fluctuated, turning from a dull grey to a bright yellow. He was furious. He knew that his comrade from the sword vein was in trouble, but now was not the time to reminisce. Now was the perfect time for revenge. His movements were quick. He leaped into the chess piece space, but the figure in front of him was even faster than him. He could not react in time and crashed into the chess piece space, only to be violently bounced back. Motherf *K. Do you even know the rules? Fill in the gap diagonally, that position is mine. Despite knowing that his opponent could not hear him, Song Rong had no choice but to fill in for his comrade's original position. He was a rule-abiding person. He had to move forward, or else it would affect his comrade's progress. He hated people who did not follow the rules the most. Even though he was also eager to take revenge, just as he stood firmly in the chess piece space of his comrade, the aura of the chess piece space in front of him fluctuated again. However, this time, it was blood red instead of the bright yellow of Buddhism. His revenge was a success, but the winner of this battle was the unruly fellow. Perhaps his comrade who died in the previous battle had dealt a heavy blow to his opponent, which was why the battle ended so quickly. Regardless of whether it was because he took advantage of the situation or because he was strong enough, a victory was a victory. However, since they had already fought, according to the rules. Let's switch positions. It's my turn now. This was the rule of the swordsman's battle formation. After a battle, the comrade behind them would switch positions. This way, they could avoid fighting continuously and being exhausted to death. Just like that Ahut from before. He had just killed a swordsman and did not have the time to switch positions before this guy took advantage of him. But what infuriated Song Rong was that the guy who didn't know the rules turned a deaf ear and didn't move an inch. Before he could say anything else, the ascetic Zen monk beside him had already rushed into the space. Swordsmen could beat a drowning dog, and so could they. Chapter 839. You idiot. Do you want to die? Song Rong decided to complain to the leader of the team. However, Xiao Wuwa and Feng Bailey were still fighting in the chess piece space, so they had to wait for a while. Just as he was complaining to the swordsman beside him that the 15th row was too reckless and did not follow the rules, the chess piece space vibrated again. Is he going to leave so recklessly? Too bad, he's too courageous. A swordsman sighed, but before he could finish his sentence, the chess piece space exploded with a blood-red color. Quickly change positions. We'll do it for you. The swordsmen around him shouted, but they were not as fast as the Longhu Ahut monk who was closest to them. Just like the swordsman, they were especially wary of consecutive battles like this. It was rare for them to be able to escape safely after killing one of them. The swordsman had already killed 2 monks in a row, and there was only one left who could directly attack him. How could he let him go? 2 swordsmen tried to change positions in the chess piece space, but they were all bounced back. They could only watch as the Ahut monk rushed into the chess piece space, but they could not stop him. They were limited by their formation, so they could not take the initiative to attack even though they were separated by a chess piece. Who does he think he is? Look, I'm right beside him, and I don't even have a chance to fight. When senior brother Xiao comes out, I'll definitely make him punish his bad habit of eating alone. More importantly, even if you're made of iron, how many nails can you make? Song Rong was still complaining when a swordsman beside him sighed. If senior brother Xiao doesn't come out, I'm afraid you won't be able to find him. There's only senior brother Feng left, and the outcome of the battle hasn't been decided yet. Everyone was silent. Who would be willing to die? They weren't the only ones who learned the way of the sword in the immortal of Ju Upper Realm. However, they were the most ambitious and fearless of all the independent sword cultivators. Even so, this was still an extremely heavy topic. If senior brother Feng doesn't come out, what should we do? A swordsman raised a very realistic question. Before the others could answer, the aura of the chess piece that had already been through 4 consecutive battles surged. The blood-red color was exceptionally dazzling. In other words, the swordsman had already killed 3 monks. One was an active attack, while the other 2 were passive defense. Their characteristics were the same, and their speed was unimaginable. Then, a figure flashed out and looked around. That's it. Everyone was stunned. Because the other battles in the queue had not ended, they could not move forward. Otherwise, it would cause a disconnect between the front and back. Song Rong, who had been suppressing his dissatisfaction, did not dare to say anything. Killing 3 Ahut monks on the spot already explained some problems. On the other hand, a swordsman beside him said, "Senior brother, you're really something. May I know your name? Which continent did they come from? Brothers, you can be considered to have recognized an expert." Lu Xiaoyi looked behind him. Many battles were still going on. It was not easy for the entire formation to advance. He did not want to stand out too much and put on a show of sweeping the enemy formation. Of course, he might not be able to do so. "Xiao Yarrow you one ear, I have nothing to do, so I'm here to buy some soy sauce. How should I address you guys? Blue Planet Che Xie, Lin Yuan Nan Dang, Huan Hai Fei Shou, Gushi Tsong Rong." Lu Xiaoyi cupped his fist and said, "I was so excited that I forgot about the rules. Actually, I feel that this so-called army formation is just an empty name. Why don't we just let our hearts loose and get it over with? Why do we have to set up these strange rules to restrict people?" Everyone nodded in agreement. This kind of battle strategy might not have much of an impact on the swordsman's tactics. The space of the chess pieces was enough for them to use. However, in terms of strategy, it was very frustrating. They could only watch from the sidelines while others fought. A swordsman asked, "Senior Shan, what should we do next?" This question was very knowledgeable. It meant that Xiao Wuwe was either dead or injured and was no longer in the game. Feng Baili also had a 50% chance of coming out. So, if he did not come out, who would they listen to? To the swordsman, there was only one choice, and that was to listen to the one with the biggest fist. If the one with the biggest fist was from Xiao Yaoyu, then it meant that he had both strength and status. There was no doubt about it. It was not that the swordsman had to find someone to rely on, but in this heaven and earth chessboard, there was no room for individual heroism. Only by cooperating with each other would they be able to achieve the greatest effect. To a leader, not only did they need to have a certain level of comprehensive judgment and decision-making, they also needed to be able to survive on the chessboard for a long time. Xiao Wuwe's leadership was not bad, but he met a tough opponent and lost in the first round. This was very awkward. The leader of the swordsmen could not hide in the back and give orders. Lu Xiaoyi did not reply. He did not want to seize power, but it seemed that there was no harm in doing so. At the very least, the 20 swordsmen who were below the 10th level were still very impressed with his strength. His gaze swept across the entire battlefield. Based on the initial situation, there were already more than 300 cultivators who had suffered. Among them, there were about 100 Arhat monks, while the swordsmen's losses had already reached 200. This was the true manifestation of the strength of both sides. There were still hundreds of battles in progress. Judging from the pattern, it was probably related to this trend that would embarrass the swordsman. The strength of the monks of Bitter Zen Temple was not as great as the Five Rings Sanqing, but it was not a fundamental difference. However, the strength of the swordsmen of the Juxian Upper Realm was fundamentally different from that of the Shenyuan sword sect. Especially since there was no inner swordsman among them, there was no backbone. He did not have much time. Although the chessboard of the army chessboard was huge and there were many chess pieces, due to the unique rules of the game, hundreds of battles would start at the same time. Therefore, the overall progress of the game was not much slower than the 6 gambling chess. There were still no signs of the enemy's flag being exposed. This was to be expected, just like how the Sword Vein Alliance's flag was not exposed either. Since it was not possible for him to detect the location of the Bitter Zen Temple's flag, the only thing he could do now was to eliminate the strongest Arhat monks for the Sword Vein Alliance. At the same time, he could accumulate more kills for himself. Feng Baili seemed to be trapped in the chess piece space and refused to come out. He did not want to wait like an idiot, so he spoke up. "We can't keep waiting like this. If Feng Baili doesn't come out, are we just going to wait like this? Are we going to watch Xiaozhong Shan and Rainbow hold on by themselves? We are the only team without any pressure. If there's no pressure, we'll look for pressure ourselves. Who's willing to come with me?" The 20 or so swordsmen around him answered in unison. They knew that Single Ear was right. They could not just sit around and wait until they were powerless to turn the tables. It was not good for them to take the lead because they were all solo players. If they missed the opportunity, they would probably be blamed by the Sword Vein. However, Single Ear was different. He was from the House of Wandering Swordsmen, so his background was much stronger than theirs. He could handle it. Chapter 840. Their movements attracted the swordsmen in front of them. Other than the swordsmen who needed to take turns to retreat around their companions who were in battle, the other swordsmen were still willing to start a new batch of swordsmen and fight a big battle. This kind of rubbing made them feel very depressed, but there was no place for them to vent their anger. There were originally 89 people in their group, and 76 of them were still alive. Other than those who could not make it in time and those who had to stay behind to support their comrades in battle, there were about 30 people gathering behind him. Lu Xiaoyi pointed at a corner of the Arhat formation. "We will enter from here in a wedge-shaped formation. We will penetrate it. There will be no rotation. We will not wait for anyone. If anyone is left behind, Don't fight the monks nearby. Think of a way to catch up. No rotation and no waiting meant that if they were too slow, they would be ruthlessly left behind. This was a cruel tactic. Being alone almost meant death. But it was undeniable that this was the most suitable method for a swordsman. Some swordsmen were worried. What if we can't penetrate it? Won't we be surrounded by the monks? Lu Xiaoyi burst into laughter. With one of my ears, there is no battle formation on this chessboard that cannot be penetrated. What you need to do is to follow my footsteps. If you can't, you will die with the sword. It was a form of provocation and also a form of disdain. In such a battlefield, it was the best way to provoke people. About 30 people gathered behind Lu Xiaoyi in a wedge-shaped formation. Lu Xiaoyi pointed to the front. We swordsmen, what is there to live for? What is there to fear about death? Moving with the sword is the joy of life. For the first battle, watch me. If you can't calculate the time, it will prove that you are not qualified to follow me. As he spoke, the tip of the wedge-shaped formation was the first to penetrate the arhat formation. The swordsman at the back had seen this position clearly. It was the dragon tiger monk who had killed 2 swordsmen. With such a choice, everyone could not help but admire the carefree swordsman's care. Space trembled, and he disappeared without a trace. Space trembled again, and a blood-red sunset appeared. Lu Xiaoyi snapped, "How many breaths?" The swordsman's heart was surging, they could not control themselves and shouted together, 5 breath. Lu Xiaoyi immediately jumped to the next monk's chess piece, cursing, "Mother ***, I'm not playing well, I'm killing too slowly. Brothers, follow me closely. I don't want to waste time." The sword whistled loudly as the wedge-shaped sword array entered. Everyone told themselves in their hearts that they only had 5 breaths of time. After they came out, they would still be able to maintain their original position in the wedge. At most, they could not exceed 10 breaths of time. They might still be able to hang on to the tail of the wedge. Otherwise, even if they won, the team would have already left by the time they came out. Lu Xiaoyi's second attack took 15 breaths of time. He could not maintain the rhythm of killing a swordsman within a few breaths of time. There was actually an element of luck involved in this. Moreover, he was very clear that if he had completely followed his own rhythm, these 30 swordsmen would have all died here. Therefore, he could provoke them with his words, but when he really did it, he had to leave enough time for his companions. Not everyone had such an abnormal attack power like him. If that was the case, this game of chess would lose its meaning. In the third formation, he was pinned to the spot by bitter Zen monk's counterattack. In the fourth formation, he turned around and attacked the dragon tiger monk who had killed 2 swordsmen consecutively from 3 chess pieces away. The monk's intention was to avoid the strongest swordsman, the leader of the swordsman's wedge formation. However, he did not expect that Lu Xiaoyi had already killed 5 swordsmen. Therefore, his movement was not just 1 chess piece, but 3. He blended into the wedge formation and the chess pieces were in a mess. However, few people noticed his movements, except for his own people in the wedge formation. The alpha wolf was so sharp and invincible. It clashed back and forth, picking on the strong Arhats who had already killed. This greatly boosted the confidence of the swordsman. Now, no one thought that it was impossible to break through. It was not like they wanted to break through the entire Arhat formation. It was just a corner. When they were in a good mood and confident, they were more relaxed and dared to move more freely. This was because they believed that they had a strong backing. The depth of this corner was only 11 chess pieces, and there were still some empty spaces. When Lu Xiaoyi came out from the other side, there was already an empty space in front of him. There was not a single enemy left. This was the first time he led the individual swordsman into battle. He could not eat too much, or he would burst his stomach. He was just familiarizing himself with the situation. The real battle was yet to come. Behind him, the sword cultivators followed him out one by one. At this moment, the clumsiness of the great Arhat formation was shown. If a team was sent to pursue, they would leave the formation and draw closer to another formation. Faced with a small target and the big picture, The person in charge of the Great Arhat formation decisively chose to maintain the big picture and temporarily let go of this group of swordsmen who had suddenly emerged as a new force. A monk was filled with righteous indignation. "Senior, are we just going to let them get away with it?" The leader monk's face was cold. "The light of Buddha shines everywhere. They can't run away. But now, we have more important things to do. These people are greedy for momentary gratification. However, with this kind of action, they have already pulled away from us. They can't catch up with us. They are just trash, focusing on small gains and losing integrity. What a joke. Feisha is here. Nan Dang is here. Che Xie is alive. Tsong Rong is not dead." Pointing at the 6 or 7 ascetic Zen monks that were cut out, Lu Xiaoyi smiled cruelly. "Surround them. Don't let a single one escape." More than 10 sword cultivators responded loudly and surrounded him. When more than 5 out of the 6 chess pieces around a chess piece were occupied by the enemy, they could use numbers to fight against the enemy. Of course, the swordsmen wouldn't stick to the rules of one-on-one duels. Now was the time to beat them up. Lu Xiaoyi looked at them and sighed in his heart. A general success was built on thousands of bones. The ancients were right. When the wedge-shaped sword formation was first established, there were 29 swordsmen. Now, only 16 of them were still alive, and almost all of them were injured. However, the overall result of their attack this time was much better than the sword vein. Excluding him, they were basically tied with the monks. If he were to be included, it would be an obvious victory. Of course, there was a very important prerequisite for this. Almost all of the tough bones were taken care of by him alone. While the 16 swordsmen were surrounding the monks, the rest of the individual swordsman team had also caught up. They were not far away and were looking at their comrades killing to their heart's content. They couldn't help but yearn for it. Swordsmen, this was the kind of battle that they pursued. Victory and defeat, life and death were secondary. Although they had lost more than 10 swordsmen, the newly joined swordsmen had expanded the team to almost 50. They also wanted to join in such a hearty hunting feast. This was the moment that every swordsman yearned for the most. Lu Xiaoyi was a little hesitant. However, his hesitation was quickly dispelled by someone. Feng Bailey stood up. "The leader of the army is the one who is capable. With Senior Shan here, how can I, Feng Bailey, be worthy of this position? For the sake of my brothers' lives, I don't dare to continue. I am only willing to be a pawn. Senior Shan, you lead the team. We will listen to you." Chapter 841. Lu Xiaoyi did not decline. At this moment, it was time to take responsibility. How could there be so much hypocrisy? Line up. Great Slant Demon Blade. Great Slant Demon Blade, Foundation Establishment Sword Formation. It was not that Lu Xiaoyi was deliberately showing off, but the sophisticated and high-end sword formations were useless on the chessboard of heaven and earth. The final battle would be a one-on-one fight, and it was impossible for a group fight to occur. Therefore, the various subtleties of the high-end sword formations were not used at all. On the other hand, the Foundation Establishment Swordsman's sword formation was only in appearance. It relied more on the external formation to display its sharpness, which was very suitable for the current situation. The Great Slant Demon Blade, also known as the Full Moon Scimitar, had an exaggerated curve. When it was sharp enough to cut through the opponent's body, it could ensure that it would pass through the opponent's body without getting stuck inside. To put it simply, the blade would never sink in, get stuck, and be unable to be pulled out. In other words, it maintained the flexibility and speed of the blade. To them, there were less than 50 people. Once they were trapped, it would be hard to say how many of them could escape. The swordsman quickly lined up on both sides of Lu Xiaoyi. This time, he was not the arrowhead, but the sharpest point in the middle of the scimitar. When he swung the blade at the enemy, it would be the point that would cut the deepest. The swordsman's formation was a little bumpy. Everyone wanted to be the blade, and did not want to be the backstabber. Lu Xiaoyi announced the rules. Once the scimitar is swung, regardless of the outcome, it must be rotated. Slanting rotation, with me as the center, /forward. I will say the same thing. My formation will not wait for anyone. If you can't keep up, then you better pray for yourself. Everyone knew that the rotation was mandatory, so they stopped fighting. The formation was quickly formed. Feng Chenli stood beside Lu Xiaoyi. He was still very strong. The reason why he was so slow in the first battle was because of his bad luck. He met a dragon tiger Arhat from the Bitter Zen temple. Even so, after a tough battle, he won by a hair's breadth. When he came out and saw Lu Xiaoyi's sword wedge, he was shocked and led his people back. This was a cultivator who had a good view of the big picture and was very open-minded. However, he was a little anxious now. Senior brother Shan, should we reorganize the formation while we move? The main Arhat formation is still moving towards the anti-Arhat formation. 7 colors and Little Zhong Mountain can't hold on. If the distance between us and them, we might not be able to catch up. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. It's fine. I have my own plans. His gaze swept across the entire battlefield. The Sword Vein Alliance's situation was not optimistic. On the left flank, the main swordsman force of 700 people and 2 reserve teams had already been deployed. Only the elite assault team had not joined. With such a numerical advantage, they were evenly matched with the anti-Arhat formation of 500 people. They had only advanced to the center of the anti-Arhat formation before they could no longer move forward. They were already beginning to show signs of fatigue. As the saying goes, the first drum is the most vigorous, the second will be the weakest, and the third will be exhausted. Sword cultivators were strong in the first 3 axes. If they couldn't take down the first 3 axes, then it would be a fool's dream to expect them to break out in the later stages. Fighting for the second half of the battle had always been the specialty of Buddhism and the Dharma lineage. Lu Xiaoyi had different opinions about the Sword Vein leaders forming an elite assault team. The result now was that the front line was unable to take down the enemy. They were unable to push forward. It was obvious that they lacked a sharp knife. In the end, there were 36 of the sharpest knives at the back. No one could use them to their full potential. If they could not find the position of Bitter Zen's flag in the end, what was the use of such an arrangement other than weakening themselves? However, he could not voice his opinions. He was not in the position, and he had not proven his strength. On the right flank, the 7-color sword sect was under great pressure as they were sandwiched between the anti-Arhat formation. They had lost more than half of their men. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. On the other hand, the swordsmen of Little Zhong Mountain did not live up to their name. They were one of the 9 Sword Vein members. They had lost less than 30% of their men, but they were already retreating. They were not as tenacious as the 7-color sword sect, which was also one of the 9 Sword Vein members. Thus, after a series of battles, when the battle reached its climax, Lu Xiaoyi finally made 2 judgments. First, the Sword Vein Alliance's flag must be in Little Zhong Mountain's army. He had some understanding of the 9 Sword Vein in the upper realm of Juzian. This was because of the swordsman's nature. Among the 9 Sword Vein, the 7-color sword sect was only slightly below average, while Little Zhong Mountain was a first-rate sword sect. However, their current performance was completely different. There must be a reason. Courage, fearlessness, and hot-bloodedness were the characteristics of the Sword Vein. Without these characteristics, would a Sword Vein still be a Sword Vein? Therefore, he did not think that Little Zhong Mountain's performance was normal. What could affect their courage? Something that they relied on to survive. In this chessboard of heaven and earth, there was only one thing that could make them so cautious. That was the Sword Vein Alliance did not place their flag in the main camp. Instead, they placed it in a lone team that was responsible for restraining the enemy. This was the reason why Little Zhong Mountain did not dare to use their full strength. They were afraid that the position of their flag would be exposed, which would lead to a large-scale attack from Bitter Zen. By doing so, they could catch the enemy off guard and ensure that the main camp did not have to worry about the rear during the attack. They did not have to worry about exposing their weakness when breaking through the Great Arhat formation. However, this kind of concealment would not last long. It would not take long before the two sides on the left side of the main battlefield intertwined deeper. Perhaps the monks would realize this. Secondly, the bitter Zen temple's flag must be in the anti-Arhat formation. Its position was slightly behind the Great Arhat formation. The Sword Vein Alliance's gamble was actually correct. The problem was that they did not have the strength to break through the formation, even if they had more people. It was a choice between the two. It was normal to bet on the right or wrong. What supported his judgment was that he could clearly feel that the number of Dragon Tiger Arhats in the Great Arhat formation that they were restraining was significantly less. Most importantly, after several battles, they did not encounter a single sutra preacher. For such a big event, how could a sutra preacher not come? He did not believe it. This was not normal. Moreover, the Great Arhat formation had been firmly shifting towards the anti-Arhat formation. Apart from wanting to swallow up the main force of the Sword Vein Alliance, was it also because they were afraid that their flag would be touched by the swordsmen? Lu Xiaoyi's sword wedge had shaved off 20 to 30 monks. With such a large piece of meat, how could the monks, who were unwilling to suffer losses, retaliate so half-heartedly? If the flag was in the Great Arhat formation, the monks would definitely not tolerate the existence of a troublesome force to harass them. Therefore, his target was the tail end of the anti-Arhat formation. As for the Rainbow's danger and Xiaozhong Mountain's safety, he couldn't care less about that. When a sword cultivator did things, they only cared about their goals. They wouldn't be nannies. Moreover, as long as his judgment was accurate, his team's next attack would change the direction of the entire chessboard. The danger of the Rainbow and Xiaozhong Mountain would be resolved. The team behind him formed. Lu Xiaoyi whistled. "Let's go. Let your brother take you flying." Chapter 842. Lu Xiaoyi started to move outwards, but his direction was not towards the main Arhat formation, but towards the tail of the formation. The direction was not a problem. Regardless of whether he attacked the front or the tail of the formation, a mere 50 people could not attack the center. The true meaning of the great slant was to cut the edges, not the bones. The problem was the steps he took. It was not much, just 2 steps, but every swordsman in the great slant demon sword formation had taken 2 steps. What did this mean? It meant that Single-Eared had already killed at least 11 Arhat. It meant that after 1 or 2 more small battles, they would no longer take 2 steps, but 3, 4, 5 steps. Compared to the Great Arhat formation's 1 step at a time, it was like a tortoise, and they were rabbit. Or a flying rabbit. They finally understood what Single-Eared meant when he said that he had his own plans. They also understood why he said that he would bring them flying. Such a monstrous existence, of course, had the qualifications to say such word. Was it the carefree mask? Not necessarily. Because even the carefree mask might not be able to reach such a level. The demon swords drew a beautiful arc, and their trajectory shocked everyone on the battlefield. Everyone knew that there was a monstrous swordsman hiding within. Who could block his attack? Could the Thorn Monk? The Great Arhat formation was not in chaos, but the hearts of many Arhats were in chaos. When the demon swords drew close, who knew if they would have to face the monstrous swordsman? Just this point alone increased the chances of victory for every swordsman in the Great Slant Demon Sword formation. Lu Xiaoyi sang at the top of his lungs. He had endured for 400 years. From today onwards, the universe would know of his, Lu Xiaoyi's, existence. The wind rises, clouds soar. The swordsmen echoed in unison, "Draw your sword and look around, defend our homeland." The atmosphere started to get out of control. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that if he led these people into the Arhat formation, he would be more impulsive than rational. This would not be a good thing for the swordsmen. After all, they were not him. Therefore, he needed to calm down. This was his first time leading a team, and his momentum was too much. Under everyone's anticipation, the demon head's third sentence came. "Who stepped on my foot?" The swordsmen burst into laughter. They were all smart people and understood what he meant immediately. They replied in unison, "The one who stepped on your foot was Nan Dang." The one in charge of the anti-Arhat formation was the Longhu Arhat Jueji. He was not the strongest among the 1,000 monks, but he was the most experienced and the oldest. The major powers valued this. He was a little worried because the situation on the chessboard had changed. Originally, everything was under control. The operation of the two great Arhat formations seemed cumbersome, but in fact, it was extremely stable. To deal with an orthodoxy like the sword vein, which was easy to launch surprise attacks and move at lightning speed, it was best to exhaust their strength, especially when the overall quality of the ascetic Zen monks was superior. The battle had already fallen into the rhythm of the monk core. The main battlefield had fallen into a stalemate. The sword vein wanted to advance but lacked the strength to do so. All they could do was wait for the Arhat formation to launch a pincer attack. Under the suppression of the Arhat formation, all schemes and tricks would be exposed. Therefore, they did not really care about the location of the sword vein's flag. Once the swordsmen were cleared out, it would naturally reveal itself. Where else could it hide? However, those unaffiliated swordsmen who were not worth mentioning gave him a sense of pressure. This came from a cultivator's intuition. Firstly, the flexibility of the battle tactics. From the sword wedge to the bewitching moon scimitar, it told him that the person in charge of the sword formation was not constrained by the conventional rules. Secondly, the ability to move. When the entire sword formation had the advantage of speed, they were the most difficult group to predict on the chessboard. They could surprise them at any time, anywhere, in the most important direction. The key was that they could not chase after them. Up until now, the monk with the highest battle record among the two Arhat formations was the Thorn monk. However, he had only won 5 battles in a row. He was still far from being able to lead a small group to move quickly. It was not that the Thorn monk was not strong enough. It was because of the overall strategy of the bitter Zen temple. They did not need to let the Thorn monk take the risk just to create a so-called 11 consecutive strikes. Why would they do something that only a madman would do if they could do it so easily? The bitter Zen temple was not careless in this battle. They only brought 3 Thorn monks with them. They were all hidden in the anti-Arhat formation. 2 of them had already participated in the battle and were responsible for clearing out the outstanding swordsmen. 1 of them was left behind to guard the flag. They were originally very safe. However, now that the bewitching moon scimitar was moving towards the back of the anti-Arhat formation, there was a possibility. Did the enemy already guess the approximate location of their flag? The person in charge of the Arhat formation, his junior apprentice brother Ju Fei, also had the same doubts. Senior apprentice brother, do you need me to send someone to intercept them? This group of swordsmen's intentions are unclear. They might attack my rear formation or yours. If they see something. Juji judged, so far, we are not sure what their intentions are. If we rush to intercept them, our enemy will definitely sense it. They will put in their last attack. Although nothing will happen, it will cause chaos and increase the casualties of our apprentice brothers for no reason. What I mean is, you should not show too much concern. Send a team of less than 100 people to intercept them. I don't think it will arouse too much suspicion. The 2 of them discussed. In fact, it was just a matter of instant communication. On the other side, the Arhat formation split into a team of 80 people in the shape of a goose's wing. They blocked the path of the bewitching moon scimitar in advance. Looking at the situation, if they really collided, the scimitars would drag each other out. The change here also attracted the attention of the Sword Vein Alliance. However, they were still unable to determine what was going on. Thousands of people gathered on the chessboard. The fluctuation of spiritual vigor was chaotic. Whether it was the Sword Vein Alliance or Bitter Zen, they were trying their best to interfere with each other's communication. Therefore, they could not accurately determine the scimitar's intentions. Lu Xiaoyi did not pass on his judgment. After all, it was just a guess. If he said it out loud, it would affect the overall direction of the Sword Vein Alliance. He wanted to see it for himself first. The scimitar against the goose's wing. Relatively speaking, the curve of the scimitar was larger. The advantage was also in the hands of the faster scimitar. However, the goose's wing had the advantage of numbers. We have to do our best to eliminate this group of enemies. We have to force them to choose whether to continue chasing us or to let them go. The advantage of this is that it will reduce the pressure on the Seven Colors Alliance and Xiaozhong Mountain. It will also allow us to attack the anti-Arhat formation without any worries. If they continue chasing us, no one here is blind. They will be able to easily determine which Arhat formation Bitter Zen's flag is in. There will be a move after this. Many people might die in this duel. This is fate. I won't force everyone to risk their lives. This is not fair to cultivators. As long as we do our best, it is not a bad choice to live. Swordsmen are not afraid of death, but they are not seeking death. Chapter 843. The scimitar swept upwards while the goose wings slashed downwards. The scimitar was thin and light while the goose wings were thick and heavy. The two arcs crossed each other and sparks of life and death were ignited in the collision. The whole battle was dull and clumsy. Due to the large number of cultivators, there were not many eye-catching tactical combinations. Only this time, it was filled with the art of battle. Therefore, it attracted the attention of countless people. What the monks wanted to know was the true strength of this individual swordsman team and who was the leader. What the swordsman wanted to know was that this was obviously not the style of Xiao Wuwa and Feng Bailey. Then, who was the one who took over the command of this team? In a battle like this, the best steel would definitely be used on the blade. Sparks flew everywhere as the battle dragged on. Not only the swordsman wanted to end the battle quickly, even the Arhats were enraged. They did not delay any longer. The Buddhists also had their moments of anger. Cultivators were constantly pushed out of the heaven and earth chessboard. Some were dead while some were barely alive. Because both sides were in a frenzy, they did not care about the rules of the battle anymore. They wanted to kill quickly to boost their morale. Therefore, the battle progressed very quickly. To the swordsman, this was a good thing because it was exactly what they were good at. It was also the main reason why Lu Xiaoyi used the demon blade. He wanted to make this team the star of the battle and force the monks into a fast pace. This was also the foundation of his team's ultimate victory. It was impossible for him to win against 80 people by himself. It didn't matter to the Buddhists. When the monks were really angry, their brutality began to shift toward the meridians in their bodies. With the protection of the Buddhists, once the Vajra was angry, they would never do this. If their opponent was a top sword range like the Shenyuan sword sect, they wouldn't do this. The battle between the two sides was so fast that even Lu Xiaoyi did not have the time to move around in a large area. He could only quickly finish off every opponent that appeared in the goose wings formation in front of him so that the demon blade did not have any stagnation or obstruction. This was a hot-blooded battle. The demon blade's advantage was its sharpness at the front of the formation. That was Lu Xiaoyi's position. However, the goose wings had the advantage of being balanced as a whole. When Lu Xiaoyi saw that there were no more opponents in front of him, Fiendish Blade's team caught up with him. Of the 49 people, only 37 remained. The monks were not even as good as them. 80 people and 59 people. Of course, the main difference lay in Lu Xiaoyi. Not only did the swordsman in the demon blade formation understand this, but so did all the cultivators on the battlefield. In the distance, Jiao Yang took a deep breath. Of the 80 or so swordsmen that came from the Rainbow Sect, only 30 or so were left. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, but now, he felt that the threat from the Arhat formation had lessened. Looking at the individual guest team, he had mixed feelings. The strength of this carefree mask was above that of an ordinary mask. It seemed that he didn't want to join the Seven Color Sword Sect's team because he didn't want to be bound by others and listen to others' orders. He would rather form his own team. People with ability were all like this, and there was nothing strange about it. However, if this guy had shown such strength earlier, he wouldn't have minded handing over the Rainbow Sword Sect's team to him. How many people did this guy kill? How many victories did he have? To be able to make the entire sword formation jump, he had won at least 11 of his previous battles. This time, he had won 7 more battles against Cleave. Then, he was now Lu Xiaoyi didn't give his subordinates any time to catch their breaths. Once the swordsman's attack began, it would never end until the opponent collapse. Continue. The swordsman quickly changed positions, and those who didn't participate in the previous battle switched positions. Then, they felt as if they were flying, 5 jumps at a time. In an instant, the scimitar mercilessly swung at the monks who didn't even have time to regroup. This was Lu Xiaoyi's continuous, saturated attack strategy that relied on speed. The goal was to completely scatter them, and then, with the advantage of local advantages, cut them down bit by bit. In a battle between cultivators, speed was eternal. This time, the scimitar was still a scimitar, but the wild goose wings were no longer complete. The wild goose wings weren't tight enough. There were empty spaces inside, and scattered blades outside. With this contact, the situation immediately changed. Lu Xiaoyi finally had the chance to clear out the unyielding monks. What left everyone dumbfounded was that although the monks still had the advantage in numbers, the situation was turning hopelessly in favor of the sword cultivators. The true strength of the moon demon scimitar came in the second and third slashes, until the final scimitar became a cleaver. In the second contact, the monks had shrunk down to 36 people, while the swordsman was left with 29 people. The gap was shrinking. Following that was the third slash. This time, the monks had no formation to speak of. The wild goose wings had long disappeared, and their positions were scattered. With a charge, they immediately collapsed, and there was no way to save them. This was the first time that the swordsman had won a local battle in a situation where Bitter Zen had the upper hand in the overall situation of the heaven and earth chessboard. It indicated something that made people ponder. Seeing the remaining 20 or so swordsmen once again form the demon scimitar and rush towards the rear of the anti-Arhat formation, the meaning behind it was thought-provoking. The leaders of the Sword Vein Alliance quickly reached a consensus to mobilize the elite commandos to continue attacking the left flank. They weren't mediocre people, and they could tell that among the 2 Arhat formations, the one most likely to hide the flag was the anti-Arhat formation that they were attacking. The only thing they couldn't do was attack deep enough. At the same time, Bitter Zen Monk also reacted. When the Sword Alliance's last reserve team entered the battle, they were also certain that the Sword Alliance's flag wouldn't be on the left flank. Because if it was on the left flank, they wouldn't dare to attack so recklessly. Where else could it be? The Seven Colors Sword Sect had already been beaten to a pulp, and the lone swordsman had taken the initiative to attack. It could only be hiding in the group of Xiaozhong Mountain that had been acting so wretchedly. The battle situation suddenly sped up. The Sword Vein Alliance's left flank launched a frenzied attack. This time, they were going all out, and they wouldn't give up until they broke through the formation. Zhu Fei's main Arhat formation sent out 200 people to surround Xiaozhong Mountain, while the remaining cultivators and the anti-Arhat formation merged together to defend against the Sword Alliance's attack. It was a competition to see who could capture the position of the other party's flag faster. The situation became chaotic. Whether it was Bitter Zen's Arhat formation or the Sword Vein Alliance's attack formation, they were no longer as tight as before. A large number of empty spaces appeared in the formation. This was also the result of a large number of people being exhausted after a long battle. At this point in the battle, both sides only had about 1,000 people. Bitter Zen still had about 700 people left, and the swordsman was even worse, with only about 400 people left. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.